Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bernhard Fügenschuh. I'm Vice Rector of Study Affairs at University of Innsbruck. I have the privilege to chair this morning session, and as always, during the running semester, in the very beginning, there's a lot of people joining in, and the crowd is filling up the lecture rooms, and during the semester, it's calming down, so I hope that some more will come in and join us. I hope you had a nice evening yesterday, one of the rare warm evenings that we enjoy here in Innsbruck. It was really fabulous yesterday. I hope you also felt it. We have a very tight schedule today, and yes, I started some 2 minutes later because I have a further privilege, which I have 10 minutes now for my introduction. Yeah? So there's not that much to say at this place here. You see the tight program. You see a lot of speakers here. We will have a panel discussion then as well, and of course open discussion for the audience. We have a run-through various topics that we are all related to, and we're all keen to hear about details. You see these keywords, change agents, recognized mobility, and Aurora course catalog. So where are the problems? Where did we already arrive to? And what is coming next? So how did we get there? We talk about boundaries, borders, without. Without is the keyword here. So to say, joint educational programs, how far did we get there? Is it only on a minor space? Do we talk about micro-credentials or already envision the large, fully elaborated programs, which is our final goal? Yeah. And of course, we have all these shared principles that we are talking about. We're talking about aurarization, a word that is not yet fully implemented in all our universities, but I think we should think about this. Why is it important, and how can we really get there? These are our shared principles, shared values. Yeah. And recognition, of course, is one of the key goals. So to let it really run, not have these obstacles as we will have in one of the presentations as a keyword or another invented word in our community, obstacles. So we have to get rid of these obstacles for the sake of the students. Especially the students, I would like to address already at that stage, at that moment, because really, dear students, be aware of all this is just for you. Yeah? We enjoy it very much, yeah, to have all these discussions, to think about whatever you could imagine. But in the end, it has to fit for you. So really give your input, complain if it's going wrong. We try to adopt it, to change it. We are still on the way together. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is enough, and for that reason, I will save some 5 minutes from my speaking time for the sake of the next speakers, and there's lots of them, and I'm very pleased to introduce is too much, so to say, Kai Hockertz, and he's from Denmark, from the Business School of Copenhagen. The program is also very nice because it's very diverse, so to say. We tried our best to involve as many partner universities in this today lecture as possible. Kai, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Right, so I will talk to you very quickly about the seismic scale, a measurement tool that we have developed over the last year to understand whether our students are actually measuring, learning about social entrepreneurship, change-making competencies. But before I jump in there, let me quickly give you the overview of our Aurora competency framework, the ACF. You might have heard about it. Probably many of you are a bit confused. What does it mean? So there are 3 elements in the ACF. In terms of acronyms, we refer to them as the LUI, the BEVI, and the seismic tools. And if you don't fully know what they are, how to use them, there will be the website, there will be the expert centers, and in there will be a page for each of those. So in good time, you will find information there, you'll find who to contact if you want to learn more about them and how to implement them. But what I've tried to come up with here is a tagline, just kind of like to very simply summarize what these are for and how you can use them. So the LUI, first of all, is a tool that is here for professors who want to find a language for transversal competencies. And I remember very well when I had to write my first learning objectives, I was totally confused. I didn't know what that meant. So I went to a colleague, and I have to admit I plagiarized basically their competencies and put in a couple of my own words to make it look good. But I didn't know what that meant. So what the LUI does is allows the faculty to understand what competencies do they want to create, not the disciplinary competencies, but these transversal competencies that are there as basic competencies that we need among our students, and then use that language to talk to your students, to explain to the students what you want to achieve so that the students can also self-evaluate. Am I achieving the goal that this course has set out? The bevy, there's a very different thing. So the bevy, to me, is the quintessential intercultural tool in our toolbox, right? We need something to deal with a situation where we go from a very homogeneous group of all German, all Austrian, all Danish students in our classrooms to this very international, heterogeneous groups who also often come from very many different disciplines. So what bevy does is it's an inventory of behavior, events, and values. And it allows you to look at your students and figure out what is the mix of students in my class here today. So depending on who your audience is, you might have to teach the same class, the same content differently. You will teach this differently when you teach to your own students in your own language, or if you have a mixed Aurora team. But also over time these things change, right? The kind of life events that students have experienced over the last 2 years are very different from what students had 5 years ago and from what students had during the financial crisis. So this is a tool that helps you understand the audience and basically adapt your teaching for you. And finally, we have the Seismic Tool, which is slightly different. So this is not aimed at professors, although you're welcome to use this. We are aiming this at study boards. It's a diagnostic tool that helps you to understand whether, retrospectively, you have created these competencies that we're talking about, right? So let me quickly remind you, this is our mission. It's on the web page, it's on the front page of the proposal. We put it everywhere. But how do we know if we achieve that? Right? We all have probably a little bit of a gut feeling, yeah, I'm doing something here, Bernhard, your students, they learn something that makes them change makers. But what does this actually mean? How can we measure this? And this is basically what we set out with the Aurora project work package 311 to do, and that's what I would like to talk to you about very, very quickly now. I'm doing fine. So this is a very quick overview of the competencies. I'm not going to dive in here. Suffice to say that we did an in-depth analysis of 50 articles that somewhat looked at sustainability and innovation, social entrepreneurship, change making, and from that came up with a very, very long list of competencies. We have then in our group, with feedback from our group members and other stakeholders in the Aurora community, whittled this down to these 15 sub-elements. And we have basically started to look for measurement items for these. So this is what we're doing at the moment. We're doing a pilot trying to figure out, can we measure to what degree our students have those competencies or not? Final version is expected by July. You'll see in a minute why July is a really, really important deadline. But that means if you are curious about this, if you disagree with what we're doing here, now is the time to engage with the work group and to say, hey, you are measuring this completely wrong. We're changing the scales at the moment. When we get feedback, we're working this in there. By July, we will have to freeze this for 1 year, and then we will look into it again and see if there is learnings again coming up. Now, how can the seismic survey help your university? What can you do here? So what we're offering is that you can survey your bachelor students, your master students, lifelong learning, and your faculty about those competencies. So you get an overview of where the students stand with these competencies at the moment, and where your faculty stands, at least in self-perception, as to those competencies. Now, with the students, what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 surveys. One at the beginning of this academic year, depending on whenever your semester starts, one in the winter, and one in late spring, early summer. And we're going to do this for each year. So if we look at the bachelor, we do this for the first year, the second year, and the third year students, so that you get a picture for in which semester students acquire which of those competencies. We will also do a survey with the faculty where we are going to ask them basically 3 questions. Is this an important competence for your students? Do you think this competence is important? Perhaps they're going to say no. One was perspective taking. Perhaps you don't need that for geology. Perhaps that's totally irrelevant. Glaciers have no perspective, right? That's okay, it's not important. Important to know for the study board that our faculty thinks that. Second question is, are you able to teach that competence, right? Perhaps I'm saying, oh yeah, perspective taking, very important, right? This is really, really important, but I don't know how to teach this, right? I know about statistics, but I don't know how to teach empathy and these kind of things. And finally, we're gonna ask them, are you teaching it now? And what we then hopefully can do is we can find out if Annie says, I'm teaching this, right? We can look at the students that she has taught and compare that to the other ones to hopefully identify some best practice cases. Now, in order to do this, we have to roll this out over the next year because we have 1.5 years left, and we really have to be on a time-sensitive schedule here. So this is important. If you miss it, this boat is sailed, right? There's no way starting to measure this in the middle of the semester because your students have already learned things, and we can no longer find out whether this is something that they knew before or whether they have acquired this in this semester. And importantly, we're also doing a T0 measurement before the students, before they come in, what Case Kuvenar calls the knowledge income. So we find out what level our students are at when they start studying, because if we only do it at the end, we say like, oh, all the students at CBS, they're really good at perspective taking. Well, perhaps there's a self-selection that those students who have that competence select a specific study program. We need to know this. We need to know where do the students stand at the beginning and how do they develop over time. So this will be useful information for a study board to say, in my study program of pharmacology, of journalism, of social work, of advanced financial accounting, which of those 15 competences have we created? This is not normative, right? If your students do not learn perspective taking, you can say, yeah, that's okay, right? Our study program, that's not what we do. We don't expect every Aurora student to have all 15 competencies. We assume that innovation happens in teams where you put different students together who bring these competences to the place. But if you do want those competencies to be created, this gives you a mirror to say, okay, we're achieving it or we're not achieving it. So what do we need from you to participate? Each university has to appoint a contact point, which we have done. That's great. We nearly, with all of you, we have contacts. And you now have until June, end of June, to decide on 3 or 4 study programs where you would say, like, I really wonder whether my culture management, my climate change program, my journalism course, my business language and culture study program achieves those outcomes. We are looking for bachelor, master, and lifelong learning outcomes here. We're looking at the different domains. So hopefully across all the Aurora universities, we'll get to a point where in each domain we have both a bachelor and a master program. That's the goal that we have. Not each of you has to do all 4x4, 16, that would be too much. But if we put them all together, we hope we have a nice patchwork that covers all these elements. You will send out the survey, and from there on, we'll take over everything. And there's very little extra input that you need until the end of the project when we will actually feedback the results to you. What do you receive? You receive data on the 15 seismics, the incoming knowledge, where do they stand at the beginning, the relative change every semester. You'll find out where your faculty stands and what they think. Is this important? This is all bullshit. We don't need this. I'm sure there will be colleagues of mine who will say, none of these competencies are required for business people. We want to know this. We want to have a conversation about this. We can't assume that everybody buys into every element of what we want to do. Many might find them important, but they might not feel they're capable of doing this. Then we have to train them, and we want to identify best practices for sharing. So you will get raw data that you can mine more. Very quick overview, do I still have? You're standing up, I have 60 seconds left. Okay, CBS, we have a number of programs identified. Iceland has pharmacology, political sciences, and business identified. VU wants to do lifelong learning. UEA, okay, I'm not going to go into this. You see there's a couple of contacts already up there, which is good for everybody. We have a contact, a part of the associate partners. We're working on this. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure that we will get great contacts from all your universities. So if you're a student and you want your study program to be in there, talk to your IC, your institution coordinator, and say, Christina, you really have to do this. This has to be in there. My program is important. If you're a professor and you want your study program to be surveyed, let your colleagues know about this, and we look forward to have you in there as a subject of our survey. Thank you, Bernhard. Thank you, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you for keeping time. Thank you for giving such a lot of information in such short time. We offer BEWI, LUI, and Seismic, but we also need you, as has been stated by Kai. So we move on, and our next speaker is Whit, and Whit will give now insight into one of these programs, namely LUI. Please, Whit.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Kai, for this explanation what LUI, BEWI, and Seismic are about. So I will go immediately what LUI means for Palacký University. I will talk just briefly about our key pillars, how we are developing LUI-friendly environment at Palacký University, and I will talk just a bit about the position where we are and about goals, what we are trying to reach. We are understanding LUI as a really very useful tool for the whole academic environment at Palacký. As Kai mentioned, LUI is a great tool for professors, and we understood it as a possibility for everybody who needs help for creating competency framework, these transversal, as Kai mentioned. And to get this, we realized that actually we have to develop something what we are calling LUI-friendly or LUI-based environment. It means that we are expressing and explaining that this is an opportunity. This is opportunity for all of us who are looking for some help how to develop our courses to as much effective as they could be, and for all who are caring about our students. And that's important point, because if we are explaining that, it is also an important message for our older colleagues like me, because especially older colleagues, they suppose that it is not necessary, to use new tools. And I am saying yes, but this yes, it means yes, all my great professors, they look in these competencies, probably not transfers, but in these competencies and what we can do. But, I mean, we as students and we as future alumni, but now we have tools, like LUI, for all also these. They didn't have these possibilities, and it moves. So let's go just briefly, what are our pillars, what are our goals? For us, we express actually three key factors. The first is training and motivation, the second, resources, and the last one is the friendly environment. The friendly environment is actually the goal and the condition. So it is something what is in there. But these are the pillars on what we are building this. At the moment, we are not at the end of the process. We are somewhere in the between. I am composer, so I can say the sketch is done, but the score not. And we are in the process of what would the German say, instrumentieren the score. So the writing down these all voices, and then to adapt this and to make the performance viable. So it means we need for this, firstly, the training. And if I am saying training, so I mean training from both bottom and training and also motivation on one side from bottom up and other from top down. We started the training thanks to Keith Couvenard, because he was the expert. He was the pioneer who came to Palacký University. We invited him, and he trained our passion teacher, Maxim Tomošek, Veronika Tomoškova. And they are these pioneers, and they are these our trainers. They can make enthusiastic for this, also our staff colleagues. And from that point, I mean from this top down, because it is, I mean, Max is an academic. He is also Weisling, but he is academic. His wife, the same. So that was crucial, because that was the motivation from from bottom up. And then we came to the second phase, and this is the training of stakeholders. We are going through the whole management, from deans for education to members of accreditation body, etc., to trainers at department level. And that's the way how we are trying to reach really every academics, as I mentioned before. So not just help for somebody, just really to get this to every academics. And from this, the second pillar is for us these resources. And again, we started from the external, from the existing presentations, materials, etc., and then we went to adaptation of Lewis on our environment. And that was crucial, because this mixing and blending between Lewis and national competencies, national standards of study programs and fields of study. And according to this, for us, I mean, at Palacký University in Czech Republic, we realized that also translation in Czech, I mean, in general speaking, translation in national languages could be also helpful. How to increase input and impact of tools like LOE. And and this mixing of LOE and competency framework, that's crucial at the moment for us. And finally, this LOE environment. I mentioned that what we are doing, but the essential thing is then to define existing quality measures. Because I mentioned on the beginning that also discussion with all the colleagues could be helpful, because this is another point of view. But, for example, we have very strong study program, general medicine, dentistry. These study programs has very strong basement in competencies framework. And then it's very useful to discuss LOE in that context, because it is also helpful to how we can widespread this discussion in other fields. Another point, what I would like to emphasize, is identifying of processes where we can and where where we are putting it. And one of these are, generally speaking, innovation and pedagogical competencies. And the last one is also incorporating LUI descriptors in our regulations, in our policies. And I went just briefly back to and that's my closing remarks, just back to these processes. And when I am talking about these innovation and pedagogical competencies and trainings and so realize that actually our focus group is this novice teacher, because when teachers are coming for the first time at the university and they don't have the experience, so we offer them courses. And we realize that actually it is crucial also put LUI in that field or in that cohort, because through this we are developing something sustainable, something for the new generation of teachers. For there, it would be something natural, something crucial, something very important. So far, the situation at Palacký University. Thank you very much.
LUI best practice rollout, check, but check also because it was a contribution from the Czech Republic, from our partner from Olomouc. Thank you very much, Vít. And we move now to Innsbruck's contribution, so to say. It's Barbara Dasser, and I already announced it's about obstacles. Please, Barbara.
Good morning, guten Morgen, ein herzliches Grüß Gott. I'm invited today to present you the recent outcome of the work package 331, Aurora Borderless Learning, Recognition and Mobility. And I have the pleasure to speak for my group. I'm not the only one who made this survey and report, because we were given the task to identify, so I need to continue, sorry. Okay, here we go. So, I will present you today the so-called obstacles report, a report on recognition obstacles when it comes to obstacles when students go abroad, and after studying abroad, they might face recognition obstacles. And our team made an analysis, a survey 1 year ago, and I have the pleasure to present you the report right now. So the survey was focused on semester exchange as well as on short-term mobility. And we asked questions, for example, do you have mobility windows integrated into your study programs? Or do you have a formal document describing the recognition procedures and processes? How are decision-making processes defined into your university or study program? And we asked also which options in terms of recognition do you use at your institution. And we had responses from all 9 Alliance universities. On an average, 3 to 5 responses per Aurora universities were given. And the respondents were on the majority deans, vice deans for internationalization, or mobility coordinators, as well as head of departments. And as a first step, we collected all the answers of the survey, and we identified together obstacles. And as a second step, and I will present the obstacles as well, I will present some ideas for solutions we have identified. Let's start with the identified obstacles. I give you a short overview. So we identified a lack of flexibility in the curricula. That means there is a lot of difference in terms of flexibility inside the surveyed universities themselves, inside the programs themselves. And we also identified that there are no procedures or workflows in place for recognition in terms of university-wide, on a university-wide level. So no universities have this. They have it on a program-based level or on a faculty-based level, but not on a university-wide level. And at the end, the final decision for all of the universities, the final recognition decision lies mostly with one authorized person within the study program or the faculty. And we also recognized inconsistencies in terms of decision-making when it comes to recognition of study courses gained abroad. And those inconsistencies, people recognition, authorized colleagues are not always sure about what the right procedures are, and this comes back to the inconsistencies in terms of missing procedures. To continue with some identified obstacles, looking at those colleagues authorized to make recognition decisions, we sensitized a lot of weight on the shoulders of those decision makers, and often those colleagues have doubts about the quality of the class taught at the partner university, or those colleagues feel pressure on decision making, time pressure, and they feel also they have a pressure on the responsibility. And at the end, there's also a lack of administrative support. Another identified obstacle definitely is a focus on semester exchange. So all of our universities think in terms of semester exchange when it comes to recognition of courses, but not on single courses or short-term mobility. And that's clear for all of us. We have different academic calendars, but this is our obstacles. We will hardly find a solution in the near future. And now I'd like to give you a brief insight what our solutions could be. In a short, maybe until the end of the project, we would need university-wide policies and procedures on recognition of credits in connection with Aurora quality criteria. So this would be one idea we have, and especially for short-term mobility as well as for semester-long mobility. And we need absolutely more clarity when it comes to reduce the burden on the shoulders of single decision makers. And another idea is to use much more transcripts of records as well as the diploma supplement within all Aurora Alliance universities. And now, at the end, on a medium and long term, the big wish would be to have mobility windows included in degree programs, in all degree programs within the Aurora Alliance. I know this is a big wish, but it would help a lot. We also would like to emphasize the recently published Aurora Borderless Learning reference document with a lot of good insight and recommendation for collaborative working into Aurora in terms of learning outcomes, and this also would help to find proper solutions to overcome recognition obstacles. And finally, the implementation of the European Student Card Initiative on a large scale would be a perfect solution for those problems. Finally, here's a QR code. You can access directly the report with all the details. I'd like to thank all members of the task team for their collaboration and for the effort they put into putting together this report. Thank you.
Barbara, it's amazing you saved some 1.5 minutes, so obviously there's not enough obstacles around. Thank you very much. So we move on, and all this has to be applied to something, somehow, and these are our 4 pilot domains. And these pilot domains will now be briefly introduced. There's only 5-minute time slots now, but for the sake of these saved minutes, an extra half minute for everybody. Yeah, we start with Annie Melkonyan-Gottschalk from Duisburg-Essen. She will present sustainability and climate change. Please.
Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, my name is Annie. I'm coming from the University of Duisburg-Essen, and it's my pleasure to co-lead the domain Sustainability and Climate Change with Bernard Vögenschuh. So before I start talking and presenting our domain, I have to say it's the head and heart of Aurora. Sorry, the other domains, but simply we love these terms, and you will see that it will come once again in our short presentation. Before starting to implement Seismic, like Kai has introduced, and Louis, like Vit has introduced, we needed, first of all, to understand who we are and what we want to do together. And therefore, we have implemented the first vision, key priorities, and the goals of the domain. And therefore, please let me talk about this for a minute. What is our vision? The vision of our pilot domain, sustainability and climate change, is to influence societal change through education, providing in-depth international, intercultural, and transdisciplinary knowledge in environmental, social, and as well as economic aspects of the sustainability management and governance from the business and public-private policy perspectives to all 9 Aurora universities. The key priorities, therefore, are to maximize the societal impact of education, encourage diversity and inclusion, and use student engagement to drive innovation and teaching and learning through participative methods. And therefore, we have also Ivo here as a student representative. It is very important to us to understand the needs and requirements of our key stakeholders, students. The goal is to graduate students who are willing and are able to tackle the most challenging issues that society faces nowadays. In a real world, with more and more intercultural, geographical, and interdisciplinary connections. For this, we are going to use already existing competencies of all our 9 universities, but also we want to use and invent new sustainable vehicles for joint teaching and learning, which are eligible to take us forward. For this, you see once again head and heart. For this, we are going to use already a set existing courses, but also the most important is to implement new courses. For this, to reach this long-term vision, we have short-term goals set, and we have already started 2 courses, which were really very good and excellent. Thanks, Christina, as well. Here, we have implemented for these micro-credentials because it is quite clear for us that to get 30 credit points is quite a challenging issue for all 9 universities, and therefore the mid-term solution like the micro-credentials were implemented. The courses, as said already, 2 of them were already taught. The other courses forming the joint education program are designed to be taken at home, surely also by introducing the local language instruction. Therefore, the courses will be taken, as said, in home countries, but also the students will be given the opportunity to take other courses from other 8 universities, and therefore these micro-credentials will help the students to travel also through the 9 countries. Yeah, so the second course talked about is the social entrepreneurship and innovation focusing on sustainability and climate change with 5 credit points. And it was 24 students have already been registered, counted for this. And surely we want some more students to be included in the courses, especially covering the entire diversity groups which we might think of. The students who want to travel will be given some mobility funds, like also from Alpbach, which is an associated partner of Aurora universities. So I think that's all for the moment, and if you have any questions for later on, I will be here for you. And I was within 4 minutes. Thanks.
Very much, Annie. We move on, and Jaap Gerdien from Free University Amsterdam is our next presenter, and he's talking about digital society and global citizenship. Please.
Thank you, Bernard. How does this work? Yes, there we are. So I'm from the task about digital society and global citizenship. And our grand plan is to develop a 2-year master project, an European master, actually, that is currently now in full swing. And I have an announcement to make that later on this day we will sign a letter of intent with no less than 6 universities from Aurora. So I don't tell you which, well, spoiler alert, one of them is Innsbruck. But I really invite you to come and see this formal signing session, because we think it's really a major achievement in the Aurora project. So this is the important message, and the plan is to have in somewhere August, September 2024, this program really in operation of 120 credit points. I really believe, I strongly believe even that a topic like digital society and global citizenship, and actually also the topic of the previous speaker, really needs to address at least at the European level. We have seen quite some programs at the national level doing the same, but that's too limited in scope, we think. So we really think, we're really convinced that this should at least be addressed at the European level. Actually, the ambition that we have is even much further. Only yesterday I spoke with someone from the University of Minnesota who was interested also in this master. So it would even better that this master would not be under the European Commission but under the United Nations. That's not what we will achieve in 2024, I'm afraid, but that's something for 2026. So this is really the ambition. It is a European program. It's also a European master, and that means that there is only one accreditation so it's really a European degree. Students will get the degree with all the participants listed, and it's an entirely different game than what you call often double degrees or triple degrees or whatsoever. So one accreditation, one diploma. That's basically what we want to achieve. Some people tell us it's very difficult and there are many barriers to that's true. The good news is it has been done before, and perhaps you remember in the 1960s that I believe Kennedy said we want to have a man on the moon. Well, this is a sort of similar operation, right? We know it's not very easy at all, but obstacles are there to be solved, to be addressed, and we are convinced that this really will work out. It will be very multidisciplinary, the program. The plan is to open up for a broad range of studies, including social sciences, economics, computer science, psychology, and perhaps even more. And we think this is interesting because we really want to create, at the EU level, multidisciplinary people who can address the topics that we have today in digital society and global citizenship. For example, is Facebook, is that what we want, or should there be a better European alternative that is perhaps a little bit more careful about our privacy-sensitive information? What are the consequences of algorithms that we call AI these days for society? These examples are a few topics that will and can be addressed by the master that we're doing. We think that the European Commission itself is a very important employer for the people that we graduate, but also, let's say, the United Nations, governments at the local countries, NGOs, and so on. So we really think this is a unique proposition here in Europe. We have seen some of these programs at the national level. We think the national level is not sufficient to talk about these problems. And also, most of these national programs that we have seen are actually a sort of, well, they are, for example, with law or social sciences or computer sciences, with 90 credit points in computer science or in social sciences or whatever discipline you take, plus perhaps 30 credit points somewhere else. This is what we call an appendix. That's not what we want. We really want to have here a balanced, good interdisciplinary program that reflects all the disciplines that we think are relevant. We have already 6 Aurora universities that will participate in this. The plan is that roughly 1 year from now on, so March and May 2023, there will be a final decision of the universities that want to participate if we go together for the European accreditation process. So we have now 1 year to develop the curriculum in detail, also to what I call to develop the business model. The business model is very important because this is not a hobby. We should be paid for it properly. Yeah? So that's a very important topic to be addressed. And by next year, we want to have a full detailed schedule how we can roll out this program. And then the final decision is taking whether and which universities will continue with this. We see, if you're interested, two modes of participation. The first one is what we call degree granting. Then the important part is that if you are participating as a degree granting university, you will take part, or you will have to take part in the accreditation process, because European accreditation means that all the parties that are degree granting should be together accredited for this particular program. And the second mode is that you participate not as a degree granting university, but as a university that either provides students or courses or parts of courses or both. So please consider to participate if you are interested. It's a bit late to sign the agreement this afternoon, but perhaps next year. Thanks.
So you got a nice flavor of the difference between a micro-credentials, 4 minutes presentation, and now a giga-credential, a full master's program, 7 minutes presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Yep, we move on to our partner from Napoli. It's Bruno Catalanotti, and he will speak about health and well-being.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. Okay, I'm here to talk about the health and well-being. You will see another domain and another approach, just to underline what I was saying. I will speak on behalf of Angela Zampella and Giuseppe De Rosa, leading the activities in the domain. Well, of course, at the beginning, we focused on reaching the deliverables, so most of the work was done on our organization on courses, and now we are working on developing new joint activities. The first activity I want to talk about is the Spring School of Soft Skills, which is a pretty interesting experience that I think can teach us also how we can work on this kind of activities. It's a 2-day school. In this year, the school was just held last week, and there was the participation also of the University of Tarragona, and we can see that there is an improvement of participation of students from the University of Tarragona. So for the next year, we are aiming to repropose, of course, this kind of activity, opening to new participants, in particular new universities, because we think that the more collaboration will also foster participation of new students. Of course, this will lead to expanding modules, teaching modules, and probably expanding the duration of the school. And we want also to introduce new methods and experimenting hybrid methodology to give partially on-site education and practical activities to reinforce the soft skills. And finally, we will also associate to this activity the digital credentials. We are working on badges now in University of Napoli, and so this kind of, we think that a clear recognition of the activity of the students can be done through these kind of tools. So this will, this kind of scheme will be adopted also on other 4 thematic areas. You can see on the slide there are already some participation. So we're still working at the beginning, and at least for this year, on we can say a micro-credential scheme. Of course, everybody can ask me for more information. I'm not going too much beyond these themes. Of course, the activity, there is not just the nice side of the view. We also had some difficulties, in particular participation. Participation of students, first of all, is an important limit. In particular, when we're starting designing new teaching activities. We think that we really need the involvement of students, but we also need to widen the participation, because health and well-being is an undefined domain, including more or less all the disciplines applied to some teams. And we need more experts, more people to take all the different phase that we can have in the health and well-being domain, as well as we need the participation of more universities, because not all universities participated to our activity, and this is a big limit also to understand where we can foster the collaboration and networking. Well, to foster involving of students, we have already an idea, because we are working, as I said, on badges from University of Napoli. So we are preparing a badge for students participating to project activities led by UNINA. This will be applied to the health and well-being domain, of course, but also to the dissemination of communication or open science for the R&I project. So all the students that want to participate to activities of work groups led by UNINA will be granted by, hopefully, because I submitted a request. We will see in June if we will be granted of badges. But this could be a way, because students often don't understand if they can, if the activity they do can be really recognized in their curriculum. So digital credentials is the way, probably, and we'll experiment this. Regarding the participation, well, it's up to you. This is a nice place to ask for a wider participation, because we need every kind of help. We need more universities involved in our processes, because to design successful activities, we need a wider participation. And also another tool that we can use is to expand the activities also to the R&I aims, because we are also convinced that we academics, we have two faces, and we need to take all these two faces together in all the things we do. So networking in R&I will also lead to collaboration in educational activities. So at the end, I have finished, and so I'm asking your help to find new colleagues that wish to be involved in this.
Thank you very much for presenting health and well-being, and obviously we approach lunch. There was a lot of food depicted up there. Our next presentation is our last, so to say, field of expertise, and this is culture and diversity, and it's Florian Freitag who will present this, and he's from Duisburg-Essen. Please.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Final pilot domain, culture, identities, and diversities. And I'm speaking, here we are. I'm speaking on behalf of my co-lead, Gudmundur, who can't be with us, unfortunately. But of course, I'm also speaking on behalf of all the people who are active in the pilot domain, some of whom you can see here in this picture. There's three things that I would like to mention. So first of all, we're going to talk about deliverables, numbers. We also have a joint program that I would like to introduce. And then finally, I would like to advertise our upcoming COIL fair. So here are some of the things that we've done so far. So by month 18, so April 2022, we have opened a total of 20 courses for Aurora students. And for those courses where we have the numbers, I'm happy to report that we see a lot of diversity. So people from all Aurora universities coming in and really creating an international and heterogeneous learning environment. We've also Aurorized classes, so we've made use of the Aurora Competence Framework and particularly collaborative online international learning. That has been very popular in our pilot domain. So we have a total of 15 courses where these elements have been used in order to improve our teaching. And then finally, we've also created joint courses, and you can see the numbers are going up. So we started with one joint course, but now we are already at 8, and we hope it's going to continue like this, 16, 32, 64, 128, who knows? And I'm happy to say that a lot of these courses are either based on already existing research collaborations, or they have led to research collaborations. So there you can see an interaction between teaching and research as well. We also have a joint program, which we have tentatively called Understanding Europe. We're still discussing the title a little bit. This is going to be a 30 ECTS program for BA students. There's going to be 2 parts, a micro-credential comprising 2 core courses, which I'm going to explain in just a second, and then 20 more credit points from newly Aurorized and specifically selected courses. I'm going to talk about the timeline in just a second, but let me just explain the program to you. There's going to be 2 main courses that all of the students have to do. The first one is called Perspectives on Europe in a Global Context. This is an online lecture series that all students have to do. That's 5 credit points. We have Challenges in Europe, where students will develop their own research project under the supervision of an instructor. And then, and that's our big selling point, they will meet up at a physical student conference in Amsterdam to present their research. So this is the second course that all students have to do, another 5 credit points. And then you have, as I said, newly Aurora-ized classes at either the home university or at any of the other Aurora universities. And that will lead to very diverse learning paths, so people have to do the 2 core courses, and then they can select courses either at their home university or at one of the other Aurora universities, or they can do an internship, or they can do a stay abroad. So there's different ways of collecting those 20 ECTS. Now, back to the timeline. Originally, we wanted to start this in fall 2023. We have been invited to consider moving this a little forward, and I'm happy to report that yesterday we had a meeting, and I was asking my colleagues, are we going to do this? And they said yes. So we're going to start this fall 2022. Thank you. So we can start advertising it now. And you'll hear from us. And then final point. This is one example of how we in the pilot domain try to foster further collaboration in teaching. So we have an upcoming COIL fair where all instructors who are interested in LGBTQ+ issues can take part in order to link their classes with classes at other Aurora universities on this topic. So if you're interested in this, or if you know someone who's interested in this, this is going to take place on the 24th of May. So if you have someone, send them our way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping time and also for speeding up with your offer, obviously. Eventually the course already started because some people are still missing. Maybe they are at the lecture. Okay, even though we are a big community, I think it's worth having an outside view, and this is now provided by Chiara Finocchietti, and she's expert on the Lisbon Convention and Bologna process. And she's Deputy Director of GIMEA, which is the Italian equivalent of ENIC. Please, Chiara.
So thank you. Thanks for this invitation. And my presentation will focus on recognition and on micro-credentials in particular, in the framework of European University Alliances. So you will listen again some keywords that have been already pronounced this morning: competencies, micro-credentials, of course, learning outcomes, and let's say output-based approach, let's say like this. So let's just have a quick look to the policy context. When we speak about micro-credential, this is clearly a policy objective. First of all, at the level of European higher education area, here you can see part of the text of the joint communique that has been signed at the end of the ministerial conference in 2020, hosted by Italy, where ministers in charge of higher education of the 49 countries of the EHEA, of the European higher education area, commit to work toward the implementation, the acceptance, and the recognition of short learning courses, including micro-credential. If we have a look to now to the European Union context, you can already see from this list of documents that micro-credential are a priority in many strategies of the Commission, in the Digital Education Action Plan, in the European Education Area, in the European Skills Agenda. And the European Commission has been working on a European approach to microcredential. All this work has been systematized in two main documents. One is a proposal for a council recommendation, for a recommendation of the Council of the European Union on microcredential. This proposal is out, it's under consultation, and European University Alliances gave also a contribution on this topic. And the other key document is the European Strategy for Universities, where, of course, European University Alliances are a big part of the document. And this document that tried to put in a unique framework all the effort of the policies of the European Union toward university, put quite emphasis on microcredential. So, but let's say, to say in few words, what are microcredential? Let's say they are not new. This is not a new concept. I mean, we, in many of our countries, we have short learning courses. This is not something new. We have courses to train professors, teachers, short courses targeted to the labor market. So it's not a new concept as such. But what is new, it's, let's say, the level of attention, and there is a, let's say, kind of shift in the vision, because we are now moving to, let's say, putting the learner at the center. After 20 years of Bologna process, we can say that we are really moving toward a student-centered approach and to an output, let's say, to a learning outcomes approach. So this is the direction the microcredential goes. And, of course, let's say we see the microcredential as an opportunity to rethink, to open, let's say, the reflection to lifelong learning in general. So what is the definition? This is the definition of microcredential that is contained in the Council, in the proposal of the Council recommendation on microcredential. As you can see, the first line, microcredential means the record of the learning outcomes that a learner has acquired following a small volume of learning. I will not go through the entire definition because the definition is made by some building blocks that you can see here. Those are the so-called constitutive elements. They are called like this in the proposal of Council recommendation. So you will not be surprised because they are quite similar also to the constitutive elements of a full degree. So I would like to stress especially the learning outcomes and the type of assessment. This is very relevant. I mean, these learning outcomes should be assessed, and of course, there is a quite clear focus on quality assurance, so on quality standard. Who provide microcredential? Of course, higher education institution, but a number of educational providers, and actually not only educational provider, can award microcredential. And why? I think it's already clear by the documents of the Commission, even if we had a quick look. The main point is to reskill and upskill professional, and in the what is called the higher education package of the Commission, the strategies for a university, it is clear that this upskilling and reskilling, it's especially in the field of green and digital transition. Not only, but this is a relevant focus. To diversify in the larger than student population, to have an inclusive approach, and they are seen also as a way to support reskill and upskilling to recover after the pandemic. This is a slide that summarizes all the documents and all the effort of the Commission regarding microcredential. I just would like to underline one other point, that is a joint initiative by DG EAC, the DG in charge of education, and DG Employment, the DG that looks the Direction General of European Union, of European Commission, that looks to the labor market. So microcredential are also seen as a way to, let's say, support the dialogue between academia and the labor market. Regarding microcredential, there has been a very relevant project that is called Microball that looked to microcredential from the perspective of higher education and investigate microcredential from three key points: quality assurance, recognition, and qualification framework, and ECTS. These outcomes that you see here are the product of quite extensive consultation, and I invite you to read this document, in particular the common framework on micro-credential, that it's the end of the project, but actually it's a starting point on micro-credential, because we try to set a common understanding on micro-credential. This is just a quick overview of the key points on the three key commitments, are they called in the Bologna process: quality assurance, recognition, qualification framework, and ECTS. And just to make a concrete example, for instance, we as ENIC-NARIC Center, we awarded 2 micro-credentials. We did 2 courses for admission officers in higher education institution in Italy, together with one, we are not an educational provider as such, but we did these courses with one Italian university to train, to upskill professionals working in higher education institution on the topic of recognition. This was the first micro-credential, and the second on recognition of refugees qualification, even in case of missing documentation. And we were the micro-credential on our digital blockchain platform. So just to, let's say, show how, let's say, micro-credential can be, just to show a concrete example. And of course, we also reached the goal to train admission officers on micro-credential as well as they receive this micro-credential. So, going to conclusion and to way forward, what can we, let's say, what is the work we have in front of us? Looking to micro-credential, a key point, this is, let's say, very crucial, transparent information. And it's very relevant that this transparent information will stay in the future. And I take the occasion, if we will receive a qualification from an Aurora student, maybe in 5 years, it will be very important for recognition people to have clarity of information, even on historical, let's say, documents and micro-credential. The second point is that if all the constitutive elements, if all the information on constitutive elements are displayed, then it is possible to recognize, in line with the Lisbon Recognition Convention with the agreed principle on recognition. Third point, digitalization is seen as a key element to support portability and verification of authenticity. This is not only for micro-credential, actually. And the main objective will be to work in the direction of recognition of micro-credential that is as automatic as possible. And to conclude, and this is my very last word, I think it's very relevant that this discussion take place at Innsbruck University this year, because maybe not all of you know that one of the oldest, if not the oldest, agreement on automatic recognition is the agreement between Italy and Austria, signed by Karl Gruber and Alcide De Gasperi 70 years ago. So this is the 70th anniversary, because these two politicians understood that the way to build Europe was to work toward mobility, recognition of degree, and inter-university cooperation. And in this 70th year, the University of Innsbruck played a great role to support this mobility. So let's say now, looking to this past, we look to the future of recognition, overcoming the recognition obstacle, as has been described by Barbara in her report. So we look to the future again, to mobility, recognition, to this new way of inter-university cooperation as a way to build Europe. Thank you.
Chiara, thank you very much. You have one of the last seats taken on the panel here. As you see easily, there's one seat still vacant, and this one is now offered to Ivo Garnham. He's our student representative from University of East Anglia. Please follow us on the podium. Yeah, and we get into a panel discussion. The panel is known by now somehow because of presentations that have been given. But Ivo, you didn't have a chance to present, but you have a very good chance now to give a first impression from your point of view, and all the load is on you, so you are the student right now. Please.
There we go, that's on. Thank you. Yeah, I suppose I should begin by thank you for inviting me to join this panel. And I just want to say there's been so many fantastic presentations, you know, really fascinating projects. It's quite difficult to reflect on them all because we've covered so many different topics this morning. But I think, you know, these projects, they're so exciting, they're so fast progressing. And that's what, you know, shows the dedication there. I suppose Aurora is offering such a broad range of opportunities, and it's that wide range of educational experiences. Oh no. There, is that better? Excellent. But yeah, I suppose it's that wide range of educational experiences that mean that sort of together we're offering a far better overall experience than any of our individual institutions could do on its own. And you know, I was asked to say something controversial to spark the panel discussion, but I don't think that I think that's almost an impossible task because I think all these projects are just so good. So I'm going to pose a sort of a question to the rest of the panel, if that's okay, which is, you know, we talk about getting participation and engagement from students. We often refer to it as a challenge. So I guess how do we address that? How do we address that challenge?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's not always necessary to be critical. It's also good to say that it's good. Yeah. No, thank you very much. But what I was personally wondering in all the presentations, something that I'm very much used to in, let's say, university context, is the direct crying for money. So nobody ever mentioned money. Is there a specific reason for that? So everything is easily running for you. Okay.
Oh. You asked me whether I have enough money.
Yeah, I mean, you're from the business school. I thought you should have an answer.
Because I'm at the business school. Okay. Yeah, I think, I mean, at the moment things are working because there's a lot of energy and individual effort going in there. And I think that's the problem, right? If we only rely on that, this will fail ultimately. Florian, this is great what you guys are doing there, but one day you'll go on do something different. Ivo, you're going to do something different. Barbara, you're going to do something different. So we need to institutionalize. I think that is kind of like, so the good news is that each domain was doing something different and new and innovative. The bad news is each domain was something new and different and innovative. So innovation research, we have exploration and exploitation, right? And I think what we have to do in the next round, which I think should be really our #1 focus from now on until next spring. How do we sift through all these great initiatives and make sure that we decide which are the ones that can be scaled? Should we actually think about doing several of those masters? Perhaps there should be a master in climate and sustainability. Perhaps there should be a master in social entrepreneurship. What can we learn from YAP? What can we learn from the digitalization? Perhaps there should be more micro-credentials, right? I've been immediately thinking, wow, work package 4.3, we can perhaps do this. So we need to institutionalize this so that there is some processes there that they work. And with that, I want to respond to what Ivo was saying. I think so far we have been medium good at including students in this. Like, we invite you, we listen to you, but then you change because you graduate all the time. So I think we really have to ask ourselves, how can we institutionalize the student support? So when I was a student, I started the student initiative, and we had that problem, right? We had engaged students, and then they graduate. So how do we make sure that the student support that we get from Aurora is long-term and made more permanent? That's my main worry. I think otherwise we'll have this huge tip where we look back at Innsbruck and say, wow, that was the moment when Aurora was really active, and now somehow so we have to think about institutionalizing. And yes, for that we do need resources, but I don't think that's the biggest problem. I think it's really the institution's willingness to make that part of their DNA.
Is it on a European level, Chiara, is it obvious that these money requirements on a scaling up will come in when all these things are implemented? So we are on a highly motivated status right now, I would say. And this is also the impression that I have from this meeting here in Innsbruck so far. Also, if I reflect the Ragona meeting, it was also like that. But have you an awareness of something's coming in?
Well, I will follow. Well, I'm not from the business school, so but I would say I will follow what has just been said. That I mean, if you innovate and you create interesting opportunities, interesting network, then I will not say the money comes, let's say, as a magic, but then it's easier to attract resources because there is opportunities going on. Then, of course, I mean, all this effort on micro-credential, it's clearly also to define an object and to support them with the resources. So we can expect that something will come on this. But on this, it's very important that we understand and we agree on what we mean with micro-credential. Also to be very transparent on what we offer to our students and what we offer in general to the citizens, I would say, to the learner, because now with this lifelong learning approach, we speak about learner. And also commenting briefly what Ivo said, I think what you are doing in Aurora University is very relevant, and I would like also to mention the obstacle report. That is, I think it's very relevant. It's a very nice evidence-based approach to overcome this obstacle and to support, let's say, student recognition. And this is in the tradition, because since the Middle Age, international students were protected, actually. They had a special status. So I think this the way forward is very nice, and we are looking to this, let's say, if we can use now, maybe the word protection is an old one, but to support their mobility.
The micro-credentials something where you say, okay, no, this is just another version of the same story of keeping obstacles alive, or are they free of any of those? Are they obstacles?
Yeah, my fear is a little bit that we, with this new word, micro-credentials, we might have a new fancy word, but at the end, the situation, as I showed with the obstacles report, will stay the same at the end. I think we need to do our homework within our institutions to establish well-defined processes, processes who are clear to everyone, and university-wide processes, and then additionally make clear to academics and admin what are those micro-credentials really for. My fear is that at the end, academics or admin use those micro-credentials as an excuse for not recognizing credits gained abroad from within study programs, and we have not at the end an automated recognition towards the curriculum, but we have a list of ECTS, different ECTS gained for short for short courses, and they are not really related to the curriculum.
Ivo, can you still figure out if this widening up of offers in whatever sense, yeah, is helpful to you? Can you see where your individual track is situated?
I suppose I think the important thing is to be able to explain, you know, things like the micro-credentials in a way that is both informing students what they'll gain from it, but also selling it to them, and that is, you know, that's then allowing them to engage further and more in depth, and you know, like we've established, sort of students keep graduating, which is very, you know, very selfish of them. But it's, you know, it's things like those micro credentials that will allow them to have a more fulfilling university experience and then become better global citizens and, you know, contribute more to society, you know, throughout their degree programs and afterwards as well. I don't know why, yeah. He's got a point.
I mean, of course, it's difficult to ask you to speak for all students, but one of the things that I find really, really exciting about Aurora is interdisciplinary exchange. And that will lead to situations, Barbara, where a study program has to say, I'm really sorry, Kai, this is a great course offered on food and sustainability at Napoli, but in advanced economics and finance, we cannot recognize this. But this would give a possibility to the student participating there. Is there a demand for interdisciplinary? Is this something that's important to your students, or are you much more like, okay, give me stuff in my discipline where I can move? So, because that would be my big question to the students, is what is it that you need and want?
I suppose, yeah, like you said, I can't speak on behalf of all students, but you know, I've always felt throughout my university experience that one of the most important things is the flexibility and the choice, and knowing that, you know, you know, for example, I study a politics and media degree, but I've gone into that and I've done things. I've done French modules. I've studied British Sign Language. You know, there's so many other, you know, philosophy. There's so many different other things that I'm gaining from that. And actually, I think this is sort of the projects we talked about today are a really good way of enhancing that and giving more choice and more flexibility. And obviously, I think it's, you know, it's one of those things that isn't talked about enough, is the fact that, you know, you have, you know, the majority of students are very young people who are suddenly expected to know what they want to do with the rest of their lives, and actually saying, no, it's okay not to know what the next, you know, 50 years of your life are going to look like, because we have that flexibility, and you can gain so many different skills and that can be transferred and applied to all sorts of different things and disciplines and different careers. I think that's, you know, one of the most important things.
Thank you. Chiara, the micro-credential obviously seems to be attractive also from your statement now, but I have, since it's about recognition and you take them along, yeah, you are awarded these kind of micro-credentials, but have they a lifetime? So to say that after 5 years they are expired because science went on and they are worth nothing? Yeah.
Thanks. This is a very relevant question, and I would also like to answer a little bit to the concern that Barbara expressed that is also quite significant. So, as taking your first, yes, actually, there is this point. I mean, it's not, let's say, systematized yet, but there is the idea that they can have, let's say, not an expiration, I will say, not an expiry date, because anyway, those are competencies that you acquired. So, I mean, it's not the micro-credential itself that has an expiration, let's say. But, of course, as they are very focused, then you may need to upskill again, of course, you know. So, I would say in this sense, it's not the micro-credential as such, but the learning outcomes that, let's say, are certified by this credential that could need, let's say, update, I will say like this. But this is also for full degrees, actually. I mean, my qualification is forever, but maybe my competencies will need a refresh, I would say. And actually, the idea of micro-credential is exactly this. And let's say, trying to, well, not answer, but to comment on the concern that Barbara made, I would like to make a couple of points at least clear. This is the outcome of the microball project, so the outcome of a consensus. So the first point, as Barbara said, I think it's very relevant. Micro-credential are a way to, let's say, give a unique framework to a diversity of learning opportunities. So to put all these lifelong learning opportunities under the same conceptual framework. So this is the first point. As I said, they are not a new concept as such, but there is the effort to put all together. Second point, they are not alternative but complementary to full degree. This is a very relevant point because this was quite a point of concern. So they can be acquired before, during, or after a full study program. This is quite important. And actually, they are seen as a way to diversify. So not only to speak to students that are already enrolled, but to speak about maybe to a professional that need to acquire a specific competence. I mean, he can go to a business, but he can go also to quickly acquire some learning, new learning or new competencies to higher education.
You want to?
Well, it just kind of like occurred to me. So I think if we do stuff that goes into lifelong learning, we do come back to the question you were asking, Bernard, about resources for them, right? So we typically have ways of financing our bachelor and master education. And who's going to pay for that? Is because if I hear lifelong learning, I'm at a business school, I'm thinking executive education, which is either paid for by your employer or by yourself because you want a career and want to get a position somewhere. Is that the assumption that if you do post your graduate, you do micro-credentials, then that gets paid for by the employer or the person itself? Or will there be programs from the Commission or from the individual countries who would finance this?
So, I mean, I cannot speak for the European Commission, so we don't know. What I can say is that in many countries there are already some funds on national level. This is an outcome also of the Microball project, because we did a research on the state of play of microcredentials. So actually, a number of countries are investing on a microcredential exactly as a way to support the green and digital transition, to upskill and reskill professionals after the COVID pandemic that lose their job. So there are already some funds. And let's say I can also say that this was part of the concern, because we had kind of skeptical articles made by the academics saying, okay, but if we move money from full degrees to micro-credential, then what will happen, etc. So I think, again, here it's very important that they are not substituting full degree, but simply, let's say, implementing. I think after 20 years of Bologna process and 25 years of Lisbon Recognition Convention, we can speak of automatic recognition of degrees. Hopefully, still challenges exist, as Barbara said, but now I see, let's say, a push to enlarge now that we have automatic recognition. Again, still challenges exist, but we can speak of automatic recognition of degree. Now we open to this big field that is the lifelong learning and recognition of prior learning, etc.
Thank you very much. So a large part of the presentations was dedicated, of course, to the competencies or our competence framework, and we also had one example on that. And now I'm coming back to this micro-credential, because in the competence framework, we're talking about a frame. Yeah? So is this frame still given then? Yeah? So we have this micro element, and because Barbara, you mentioned that this recognition is very subjective still. It's been down to individuals. Yeah? So these individuals eventually have this frame in their mind, and due to that, they do not accept it, or yes or no. Yeah? So is there a frame always visible when you come in with a micro-credential, whatever that is, and do we have a need to understand this frame? And by that, it's so diverse whether it's accepted or not. Yeah, Barbara.
Well, for me, recognition is very much related with trust. And when you're speaking about a frame, for me, the frame would be a trusted environment. And I'm deeply convinced that with the Aurora Alliance, we have the opportunity to create such a trusted environment in terms of recognition and in terms of valuation of what colleagues within our alliance are offering to our students. And therefore, hearing all the efforts you're making in terms of understanding or clarifying learning outcomes, this is the basis for this trusted environment. And this, in my opinion, can only lead on a longer term to a real automated recognition where Ivo takes a course in, here in Innsbruck, and he knows already right from the beginning that this course will be recognized automatically towards his degree at the end and his curriculum. So that's for me the frame.
That sounds amazing, I would say, but Kai...
Yeah, I don't know whether between the lines you were asking about the usefulness of frameworks like Seismic or Louis for actually that part. So and I had to think a little bit about that. I think it's too early to say that that's possible, but this is what the next year will tell us. Can we use the Louis framework? Can we use the seismic framework, the BEVI? But I could imagine a future point, if we want that. This is not normative, we don't want to force anybody to adopt this, but we could be in a situation where we look at what do our study programs provide, and lo and behold, we realize that normative competence is not something that is being taught in the programs. And the programs say, again, I'm coming back to advanced economics and finance, and they say, Kai, there's no space for normative competence in here. I think this is where micro-credentials could play an important role to actually supplement your diploma, to be able to say, I've also learned about other things that are happening outside of what a study program can recognize. Because I think that's important to keep in mind. There's recognition CBS to Innsbruck, but that doesn't mean that every study program at CBS has accepted that, right? It might be that the sociologists in Innsbruck accept the course from CBS, but the geologists not, because they say, no, this isn't relevant to our students.
We're very open generally. Yeah, no, that's right. So we have different kinds of definitions of frame. Yeah, it's a framework, a frame of trusting each other, but it's also a curricular frame, and they are different and somehow opposing. But Ivo, when you hear about automatized recognition, yeah, and we are here always talking about getting engaged, getting involved, and I mean, I personally, when I hear these words, I always think of individuals, of people, of persons, yeah, and not a machine. Yeah? So would you prefer to have this machine-based, this recognition, or would you prefer to really go to an individual, to a person, and then get it recognized, or eventually not?
I suppose it's about striking a balance between the two, is it not? You know, sort of, I think in terms of, you have to have sort of that easy access, sort of automated side of things in order to engage the students in the first place. And you know, we're talking about students here. The easier we can make it to engage them, you know, the better. And the easier we can make their lives, the better. But at the same time, I think actually there is room there for that more personal level of, you know, sort of recognition of the work that they've done. And the things that, and the skills that they've gained, but also in terms of talking about from an employability perspective, being able to put that into words, you know, and saying I've gained these skills and things, you know, this is an extra thing that I've done and that I've put the effort in for. That's something that they will be proud of, I think, and will make them far more confident in you know, going forwards in their careers, you know, going forwards through, you know, academic career or otherwise. Yeah.
So about recognition, Chiara, coming back to you, so in my lifetime, I experienced a change from, in Austria at least, originally you only studied in PhDs, there was nothing else, and then so-called diplomas were implemented, and then with the Bologna system, bachelor, master, PhD, and now we are facing or entering a time of micro-credentials. They are part of that or not? Yeah. Next step, nano-credentials?
So let's say I will see the micro-credential, as you very nicely said, the framework as the natural consequences of 20 years of cooperation in Europe. Even if still challenges exist also in this place. So I think actually that the next step is, well, this is my personal point of view. So it's not, let's say, the next step is competencies, recognition of learning outcome and competencies. I will say this as, because we see that we are moving in this direction. We are trying to enlarge, I mean, the effort on micro-credential is, let's say, I will put the other way around. After 20 years of Bologna process, we know that now it is more important not what the professor teaches, but what the student knows at the end of the study program. So at the end of the day, what is relevant are the so-called learning outcomes, so skill, competencies, and autonomy and responsibility. So I see this micro-credential movement as a way to put emphasis on recognition of learning outcomes. And of course, to have it as automatic as possible, then you anyway need a credential, because otherwise you have to do a test, an exam, an assessment. So you still need the credential certifying the quality of the program, the assessment, I mean, that the learning outcomes were assessed. So I see this micro-credential as a way to enlarge the field of recognition to recognition of learning outcomes. That is very challenging. In this sense, let's say, I see this effort to enlarge the scope. There is a very nice sentence that was used in a project that was carried out in the framework of EHEA. It's a sentence that says, nobody should study again what she or he already knows. That is very nice in theory, but very difficult in practice. Because if I come to a university and I say, okay, look, I'm 20 years of work in the field of recognition of credential. Can you recognize something of this, my 20 years of work? So, I mean, for instance, in this sense, micro-credential is also seen as the output of an operation of recognition of prior learning. There is some discussion. So this is the movement I see. And if I can add another comment on the frame, I would like to add another frame to the frame you were speaking about, and this relates to the solution that Barbara proposed in the obstacle report, because we have all the principles for fair recognition. I mean, everything is there, and we also have the instruments. The point is really to make this instrument work in a community of practice. So I think among the solution, I really like the solution you propose, and I think what is very relevant is there is also a frame of understanding of common competencies and understanding between admission officers in Aurora, that all the people that is working with the recognition of credential, their training, their common understanding, exchange of information, knowledge, I think it's key to support recognition.
Thank you very much. And I think I would very much like to open the discussion also to the wider public, everybody allowed to ask for the podium, but also for the speakers on the pilot domains. If there are any, yes? Okay, please. So another frame from you.
I can't resist. Kees Kouwenaar, Aurora Free University. Is it on? Yes? Okay, keep it closer. Yes? Okay. This sounds like I'm, yeah. I think the core, the pivot of all this discussion is in the term learning outcome. Statement of what a student knows, understands, or is able to do at the end of a learning process. And I think it's crucial that that doesn't stay at the level of a term. And let me give 2 examples, and I'll start with one not from the Louis framework, but much more in subject. If the micro-credential says, this student has been taught something about using measuring instruments in science, it's nice, but it's meaningless. If the micro-credential says, this student has now learned to use electron microscopes to study one-cell organisms without killing them, then the receiving teacher will understand and say, I can recognize. But this is a big difference between, yes, handling the instruments and the more specific one. Same for something like critical thinking. He has developed critical thinking is meaningless. He now knows to make the distinction in an article he reads between the facts that the author presents and the open opinions and the hidden opinions in the article, then the receiving professor says, yes, now I understand. And I think the crucial thing with the micro-credentials is that it also develops a language that is specific and concrete and meaningful for professors. Otherwise, I'll share the doubts that Barbara expressed.
Thank you, Kees. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Ivo a question and take advantage of your expertise, since you were recently a student yourself. You know, there were these 2 30-credit joint programs that were discussed, the one on sustainability and the one on making Europe. Let's say that the programs were set, and it was your job at East Anglia to publicize these otherwise unknown programs to the undergraduates. What would be your spontaneous strategy for doing it?
Really put me on the spot there. That's a difficult question. I suppose I think the the important thing is, and you know, like I'd say about making the students, you know, and the potential applicants as well for these courses understand why it's beneficial to do this instead of just, you know, just a single, not like ordinary degree course. And I don't have a perfect answer on how to do that, I suppose. I think that it requires a number of different aspects, really. You've got the sort of how does any university promote any degree course, I suppose. I don't know, I want to open it up to other people, see what ideas you've got.
Thank you. Any?
Hello?
A question? No? The microphone, please.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
I'm
up
Aisha.
there. Sorry, thank you.
I'm Aisha from FU Amsterdam, and I've been to the last biannual in Tarragona as well, and I'm really enjoying this one as well. But watching all the presentations, I really think about the students back at FU and all the other students through all Aurora. And I think, how can we bring this message and all this beautiful potential to all the students? Because in my view, it's not even clear for ourselves, like we have all the work packages, but if you open the website and you see a work package, you don't see any faces, you don't see any email address. How can you reach the people behind the work packages? That's one point. And another one, if it's not clear for ourselves, how can we bring the message to the students? Because this is like a different time. The concentration span of students is only 1 or 2 seconds. If they open a website, it's not clear, they will close it. It's a digital time. So we can make it more visual. And if we make it clear for ourselves, then also the students who have like intrinsic motivation, for example, me and all other students who have physically met with each other, if we go back home, we have this dedication and we have the power of Aurora within ourselves. So if it's made possible from the university itself that we can work on spreading the news and making it clear for everyone, that would be really nice. So what can we do to bring this to the students and really make them, mobilize them? Because we talk about mobilization, but in this past half year, I didn't really see it. Yeah.
If I may, I think one of the things to realize on the student side is that often, at least that's what I tell my students when they engage in these exchanges, the bug is the feature, right? If we do these exchanges, they're complicated, they don't work, so we are interacting with students who perhaps don't speak our languages so well or don't have the same basic knowledge and so on. And often students are quite frustrated about it. They're like, why should I do this exchange? It's much better I take my core courses here at home with the people I know. And couldn't we organize Aurora better so that we're all at the same level of knowledge, the same language skills and so on? What I tell them is that's not how the world works once you go out into the labor market, right? You're going to have to work with people from other cultures. You will have to work with people from other disciplines. So one thing is the content we're learning in those courses. But the other thing is also this friction that's there is not an unnecessary or an unfortunate thing that we want to reduce. It's actually helpful. The learning that happens, how do I interact with others? I think that's a key message to share. And to the credit of the students that I've talked to who have done exchange so far, they usually also enjoy that, right? They come back and say, this is really something that has opened my eyes, that sociologists, what a surprise, sociologists think completely different than business students. I hadn't expected that, and we had lots of wild discussions that you don't have if you just stay in your own cultural bubble or in your own disciplinary bubble. But I know for some students this can be off-turning. They're like, I want more efficiency here, and I think the lack of efficiency sometimes is exactly what enables the learning of these more complex skills that Kees was alluding to, right? If you want to learn critical thinking, you can read books, that helps, but experiencing what that means to interact with people is sometimes what really makes the click.
I think this was a very valuable, helpful statement, and I would very much like to get this more explicit, get it in, bring it in. I think there's lots of colleagues here in Innsbruck also in the organizing committee where you can now get in direct contact and enlarge this. And all the students who are here now already or in the former formats, they are already engaged, but how can we scale this up? This is the real challenge that we are facing every day in our everyday business. Yeah? There was a question there, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think you raised a really a valid point that you need to have faces and names and email addresses that you can turn to. And I think that's actually quite easily done. And we need to really focus on how we can implement these things in everyday life of our students. In our pilot domain, we have an area of specialization which is part of other courses anyway. So when you take this course, and then you might learn, you might meet somebody, you might learn that you actually can do more with this course. So linking it to existing curricula, I think that was Christina's advice as well, is very important. And also what somebody mentioned before, that we think mobility in a very diverse way. And I wouldn't say that we should say that there's an A mobility and a B mobility, but to really make everybody understand then you can be mobile in any ways, and you can be mobile inclusively, so that you can stay at home and still meet other people from different backgrounds. And I think that's very important, that students understand that we really read this mobility in a very diverse way. You can go and you can stay and you can still be part of Aurora.
Yeah. Thank you. Any further? Okay, here, yes.
Valeria Costantino, University of Naples. I wish just to add my experience because I am one of the co-organizer and also a teacher in the spring school. The colleague Bruno talked about, and so we have had in the past 2 editions this very nice experience of a virtual international classrooms, and I have to say that was very interesting. Even if we were not in the same room, we were in a virtual room, but you know, the topic soft skill can be discussed from a different point of view, and we have had this point of views from different students in the framework of Aurora, but also from other universities, international university, and this was very nice. So I think we have strongly deeply work, doing a small step, and other events like this that already put together all students and make also people know each other and know teachers in the frame of Aurora, make this route a little bit more simple. It's not easy, but this can be an additional tool to make students and teachers in the frame of Aurora to know each other and to trust each other. So it will be easier to get out of the comfort zone of my own university and say, okay, this year, this semester, I wish to try to be an Aurora student more than UNINA or Innsbruck students. This is a little tool that we can use.
Thank you very much. The microphone here. Oh, here's somebody else. Okay, I didn't see. Okay. Yeah, great.
I'm too short, so you cannot see me, so I stand up. My name is Sabina Di Prima from the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, and I'm one of the co-leaders for... Is it okay? Okay. I'm one of the co-leaders for the work package on capacity development support with associate partners from Central and Eastern Europe. And I must say, I want to link up my reflection to what... very close, okay. I would like to link up to what Kai said earlier about embedding and scaling up. Actually, something we already are experiencing with the CDS team, because we've organized a number of trainings and we've invited a number of experts from the various domains, and we all benefited a lot from it. But now we are in the next phase in which we would like to create new initiatives that basically are a spillover effect of those trainings, through the mini grants offered by the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam and other calls that are out there open for us. But then the issue is that we rely very much on a very thin layers of experts, which are already spread all over many work packages and many activities, and it's already very demanding on them. So how can we actually already move on to that scaling up effect to create new initiatives and having this kind of embedding so more people within the institutions can provide that extra human power to start new initiatives. And I'm referring to people like Kai, or we have Aurora Hansefort, or the colleagues from Rovira Virgili, or excellent people who have provided incredibly valuable input. And our colleagues also from the CDS would like to work with them and have more engagement, but how do we do that now? Sorry, I think it's good to start thinking about that, because Kai is smiling because he is already, I think, has already received a number of requests even during the training. So I think it's already a challenge we are facing now, and we need to be prepared for that. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, to quickly respond to that, I think at the moment, luckily, we are in a situation where we have still the power and energy among the experts. So it's not just me, it's a team of people out there teaching social entrepreneurship. We're helping each other, we're co-teaching with the colleagues in Napoli, the colleagues in Innsbruck, and so on. But you're right, the next step will be to take this to a higher level and to bring in more people. And I think that has to be done consciously, right? Because we can't leave it to it just happening. So yeah, coming back to the next proposal round, that's exactly something we have to think about. One thing is training, but the other thing is also the motivational factor. People need to want to do that, and that will be important.
Thank you. Annie, please.
Yeah, just a short remark about what our colleague said, how to make everything more visible and disseminate what we are actually doing. Speaking from sustainability and climate change domain, I have to confess it was a little bit difficult for us, firstly, to understand what do we really need and want, what are our requirements, and therefore yesterday we have spent 2 hours very intensively to understand what the qualification profile might look like. And coming back to Kai, he has expressed very important things, saying, what and how can we really understand what was our impact when we sent the students outside? And that was actually exactly what Keith said. Very importantly, we need to understand and monitor the societal impact what our education is giving. And it is not about one person sending to labor market, but it is also about understanding the good and quality of the research, what we are doing. Coming back to the dashboard yesterday, I think Pim is here? No. He has addressed very important question, saying, okay, coming with SDG dashboard, is there a very good added value about not how many publications were there, but what is the societal impact behind it? And that was the very important key take-home message for me from yesterday and today, that first of all, we need to understand within the domains and Aurora universities what is really the societal impact. And that should be long-term. And therefore, please excuse us that within 1 year, we didn't really disseminate this. We need to work, and within a couple of years, most definitely we will get the societal impact. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's another one? Okay.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Valerie Bauder. I'm a psychology student in master, and I'm also a student champion. While Aisha was talking, I was thinking about I had to address another issue, and that is that many students still don't know what Aurora is. I was just sitting outside, and many students came and asked, yeah, and what is Aurora? What are you doing here? And because Aurora has such a great potential and can offer so many things to so many students, and we heard a lot of speakers today, and it's so really great, and I feel very inspired. So my question would be, how do we make everybody at the universities of Aurora aware that Aurora exists, and what the possibilities for each and everyone would be? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Another key aspect, how do we really get everybody involved, or at least that everybody knows. And I can assure you that it's not only about the students, it's also about the faculties. We are on the way, yeah. And I can just tell you, yesterday we had several sessions, and when coming from one group, and we have these special wordings, we heard today about obstacles, and even within our specialist group, we are not yet fully aware of all the wordings, of all the activities that are going on. So we are at a very, very exclusive level still operating. Yeah? But on the other hand, and to somehow say that, yes, it's very important to have these statements, but it's only 1.5 years that in such a big, big community, we are trying to understand each other, to find ways. There's hundreds of ways to go to the goal, to the final goal eventually. And yes, we have to keep going, and the most important thing is the motivation of the people who are already part of that. And I think this is the extreme necessary prerequisite to get it larger, to enlarge it, to get more and more people, individuals involved. Yeah. Okay, I think this is the moment where we could stop this morning session. Thank you very much for taking 2 hours time with us. Thank you very much for the contributions, for all those. And to see you later again. Thank you. Coffee is out there.
Yeah, there's a risk about talking about this, so I'm not going to talk about it. I mean,
here instead of second.
Right. Happy news. UVA just pulled all the irons out.
Olivia. She forgot to bring my bag. Oh.
It's fun. I mean, it's a fun disagreement because we're both arguing from positions of logic, so that's more interesting. I'm not sure we do violent. Not. The high school exam.
These students can Alex.
There certainly is.
Oh, because it was only this session.
It's going to admit people set of criteria. Post I'd be counselling. I mean,
the independent sector is very diverse.
It is. I'm advising Royal Hospital School at the moment. Although they have some very backgrounds because of the scholarship program. They would disagree with me. They're developing something called the RHS diploma, which is and a lot of the parents who are paying through, the ones who are paying big. They're paying big because not an exam. It's the thing they're paying for.
That's
It drives me crazy as a governor, of course.
They accept Did you Adam?
Oh. No, I was dealt with by... They're all weird. What's next? It's like some sort of... She laughed. I said, what's your stage name? It's a bit odd. They are so obsessed with discipline. Well, this is the problem. Do you know Barry Smith?
I don't know him, but I know his reputation.
It's discipline. I don't know what I feel about Barry Smith. In the sense, I admire his single-mindedness and his sort of commitment to kids, which seems total. All the teachers, all the kids have to say.
It's in the corridors.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this particular session, which is, of course, very near and dear to my heart, and hopefully all of our hearts. Students at the very heart of Aurora. I would like to briefly cover the talks that we are going to be hearing today. My name is Alma Ágústsdóttir. I will be chairing today's session. I will also be opening today's session alongside Ayana Hida. I'm the president of the Aurora Student Council. She is my vice president. We will be speaking on the operations of the Aurora Student Council in the past year, particularly the Student Handbook that we've been developing for the past few months. We will then welcome Niels Hexpoor, and unfortunately Callum Parry could not be here, so in his place we have Richard Harvey, and we're very grateful to him for being willing to jump in on such short notice, speaking on the student schemes, looking back and looking ahead. I would then like to welcome Toby Wikström from the University of Iceland, speaking on achieving Aurorization and empowering students, putting cross-cultural presentation skills at the heart of the Aurora learning experiences. And following him will be Helena Gillespie, from the University of East Anglia, speaking on Aurora social transformation, the future of the student population. So I am going to open today's session speaking on the work that we did on the Student Handbook. Thank you. Student involvement, as we know, has always been a vital part of Aurora. After all, were it not for students, our individual institutions and consequently our cooperation would not exist. There would be no need for it. One of our foundational purposes is to develop and implement tools to ensure that we are educating social entrepreneurs and innovators who are not only prepared to enter the world that awaits them after higher education, but prepared to help mold it. Which is why, when the Aurora Network was first conceived, we decided that student engagement needed to be one of our 4 strategic priorities, upon which our entire cooperation, both the network and the alliance, has been built. We believe that students should have a say in decisions that impact them, and that student voice should shape all policy development, projects, and innovations of both the network and alliance. To help facilitate this, the Aurora Student Council was established at the Aurora Network's founding biannual in 2016. The Aurora Student Council was formed by students and has since been run by students. Each council decides where their emphases lie and are encouraged to come up with their own events, projects, and operations. So in this way, the Aurora Student Council has complete autonomy. Although we can seek support from our institutional coordinators, our central office, or work package leaders, whoever we require assistance from with the implementation of our ideas. Of course, active student involvement comes with its own challenges. Among them is the fact that being a student is a transient role. That leads to a high turnover rate of student representatives. In order for the Aurora Student Council to function effectively, it is therefore pivotal to ensure that there's a clear framework for how the Student Council ought to function, and that new Student Council is aware of the work that came before them. This is why we created the Student Handbook. There was an old handbook that existed when I took over the role of Aurora Aurora Student Council President, sorry. It was written by one of my predecessors, Elisabeth Brynjarsdottir, who held the role from 2018 to 2020. However, since that handbook was written before the Aurora Alliance existed, it was badly out of date, and it did no longer fulfill its purpose, which is why we decided that we needed to write a new student handbook, an all-encompassing document that would aid the Student Council with its running for years to come. And for that purpose, we went to Iceland and convened in person so that we could have an intensive work session working on this new document, both to assist with the running of the everyday running of the Student Council and to ensure an institutional memory for the Student Councils to come. It was centered around what we would have wanted to see when we stepped into the role. To describe the process of the creation of the handbook, Ayana Hida is going to come up and speak on the work that we did while in Iceland.
Thanks, Alma. As Alma introduced, so I'm a bit short, so I'm just going to do this. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. My name is Ayana Hida. It's pronounced Shiha. I'm the Vice President of Aurora Student Council. I'm going to explain about the Iceland trip we had in March. So we had a policy trip in Iceland. We had 3 days from the 11th March to 13th March. So first day we had the understanding Aurora, and the second day we had we discussed what we're gonna put in the student handbook, and then third day we continued that work, and then also we created a statement from Aurora Student Council about the Russian war in Ukraine. So first day we had, so I'm just gonna look at this so that'll be easier. So we had the welcome address from Aurora President John Nathalie, thank you very much. And we had the student council meeting, which Alma chaired, and also Anime virtual address, which she explained about governance structure in Aurora. And in the Harper's address, we had the implementation of our work, and we can discuss that. And the Corbin, as her address, she just explained about how we make policy. So that was day one, and then that's kind of how we did it as a transparent purpose. So this was a really great session. And second day we had a student handbook. So we did discuss because we made it kind of from scratch. We talk about what we think, what we should be in. And then when we started as an Aurora student council member, we didn't know what to do, what we are expected to do. So because we're gonna end our student councilors membership the end of June. So for our successor, what will be useful, that's mainly what we discussed. And then this is also first, second days, how we discussed the pictures. And it snowed, and then Iman's, I think that was one of the student council's past time to see snow, so we made a snowman, which was very lovely. So day three, we started in the morning making a statement regarding the Russian war in Ukraine and a student handbook. In the morning session we discussed what should be included, what would be appropriate, what would be more the students can think we are supporting. So it was a really good session. I think we all day, 3 days, we use the benefit of in-person meeting, which we couldn't have like last year. And then for the reference for the statement, you can find it on the website, new website under Ukraine, which called the Statement by Aurora Student Council. So that's that kind of 3 days trip that we've done in Iceland, which was very lovely. Now I'm going to pass back to Alma for next session.
Sorry about the flip-flopping of speakers. Following the work in Iceland, I collated the information and I passed it around to several other people within Aurora. I spoke to institutional coordinators, I spoke to the central office. I worked very closely with my institutional coordinator, Harpa. I'm very grateful for her help in this entire endeavor and her support. And of course, the Student Council also read through and contributed to the Student Handbook and the finalization of the document itself. So what is the purpose of this document? The new handbook is intended to provide a framework for the Student Council to function within, to provide the Student Council with a functional handover document, to serve as a resource for Student Council members, both to help them orient themselves when they first enter the role, and to provide them with needed information when they delve deeper into the operations of Aurora, and to aid in the creation of a long-lasting institutional memory for the Aurora Student Council, which is pivotal to the longevity of the cooperation from the student side. I would like to go through the structure of the handbook for a little bit. We start with the first chapter and its sub-chapters, which are focused on an introduction to Aurora's operations, our vision and future, our history, a list of our member universities and associate partners, and the work packages of the Aurora Alliance, many of which have student representatives sitting and taking part in their work. It is essentially a 6-page crash course on Aurora to help new student representatives understand the scope of our operations. The next chapter focuses on our governance structure, how the cooperation is built up, and how different components function. Who sits on the board, what's the role of the central office, everything along those lines. For this purpose, I created a new organogram. The organogram does not feature every component of our vast cooperation, but it does give student representatives a clear idea of the aspects that they will most frequently encounter. We cover both the Alliance side and the network side, the General Council, Central Office, the Board, institutional coordinators, and how the Aurora Student Council fits into all this. The third chapter focuses on student involvement, for which I created a second organogram, explaining how students interact with all of these different components of our operations, both from the Student Council side and the student scheme side. As you may know, the student schemes have been overseen by the University of East Anglia for the past 2 years, but will from the next academic year onwards be overseen by Palacký University, which is why they are the ones mentioned there, since this is a document that is intended for the next student council. I decided not to complicate the color scheme and only have 2 colors, the lighter to represent students themselves and the darker to represent all aspects not run by the students. This chapter also contains a succinct history of the Aurora Student Council, the structure of the council, the role of an Aurora Student Council member, including a checklist for how to prepare for the role, information on how to conduct a handover, how to write an annual report that will now be mandated from every student council so that we can know what came before us before we step into what we are about to do later. And in other ways, ensure active institutional memory. An explanation on the Aurora student schemes is also featured in this chapter, and our new code of governance, the writing of which was led by Ivo Garnham from the University of East Anglia. The code of governance specifies the role of our president, vice president, and secretary, dictates meeting procedure, and for the first time formalizes our voting procedure, to only name a few aspects of this very needed framework. We have several external documents, as mentioned before, how to conduct a handover, contact sheets for each university, and including an external document explaining the institutional nuances, how student representatives are chosen for those institutions, when the handover period occurs at each institution, what the role of the institutional coordinator is, whether they have an Aurora office, how many people work at that office, what are their roles, and so on and so forth, so that we have a concise document that covers each institution, so that we can explain the multitude of varieties in which our institutions operate within Aurora's great cooperation. As we know, life moves quite quickly here in Aurora. Changes are rapid and frequent as we continue developing and strengthening our cooperation. The Student Handbook will therefore need to be revisited and possibly revised on an annual basis. If that's followed through on, as the handbook specifies that it should be, we should be able to make certain that the work done on the handbook is quite manageable and should not take up as much time as the creation of it did. And it should therefore serve the Student Council for years to come. I would like to thank everyone who came and assisted with the creation of this document, whether by reading through it, sending me your comments, or offering support in other ways, writing aspects of it, writing external documents. All of our Student Council members, thank you so much for the work that you have put into this. This document should and hopefully will guarantee that our student representatives feel comfortable and capable and confident to take on their role within Aurora, and thereby guarantee a strong student voice across all of our operations, which is, after all, a foundational principle of Aurora itself. Thank you. I would like to offer the stage to Niels now, or would you, Richard, starting? First? Richard Harvey, please, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go first. Hello. Oh, you're all a bit quiet after lunch, right? Let's try that again. Hello, everyone. Right, lovely to see you. Right. I'm not Callum Perry. I'm sorry about that. It would be a much more entertaining speech if I was Callum Perry, but Callum is stuck in the University of East Anglia. Callum was the guy who was very enthusiastic about the student scheme, and so sorry you've got me. But I have only 4 things to say, so we can do it really crisp. Oh, well, let's make it 5, okay? So the 4 things that I wanted to say first are, this scheme has been run quite enthusiastically by Callum Perry, Tara Welsh, Alex Cole, and a few others in Alex's dominions at UEA, and we thank you, Aurora, for the opportunity for running it. We enjoyed doing it, so that's the first thing to say. We like running the student scheme. I'm selling it to you here, Niels. You know, it was something that was enjoyable to do, and Callum put some slides together here. The purpose of the scheme is to help work package leads make contact with students and to give a sort of structured interaction to that. And somewhere behind me is a list of students and their involvement in the various work packages. So that was my second thing, which is perhaps a bit more serious, which is almost everyone in Aurora knows that when we have students in the room, our decision making gets better. You know, we all agree with that. But it's always a challenge somehow to get students and staff in the same room. Even though they're in the room all the time at their own universities, it can be a bit of a challenge. So even though there's an impressive list of activities here, can I sort of beg work package leads to try and involve students as much as possible and try and use the Student Champion scheme to do that, because the more you do that, the happier you will be, and I know the happier students will be. As far as I can tell, it's been a pretty good experience for the champions, and here is some plaudits from one of the students, which you can read at your leisure. The penultimate thing I wanted to say is that we're having a celebration of the scheme. It's on the 1st of July in Norwich. It will be in hybrid form, but we would be delighted to see anyone in Norwich. So you could approach your institutional coordinator or mobility czar in your local university and see if they would fund a trip to Norwich. We would be very pleased to see you. And if you can't do that, we'd be very pleased to see you online. This is our final year of running it, and now I really want to say, well, I want to say two things. Let me say one thing just as an aside. You may have noticed there aren't many people from UEA here at the meeting. And there's a reason for that. It's nothing to do with Innsbruck. We love Innsbruck. It's been delightful being here. And it's nothing to do with Brexit or any of those things. It's to do with the research assessment exercise that takes place in the United Kingdom every 5 years. And that measures whether we're any good as a university in terms of our research. And it is very, very, very serious because hundreds of millions of pounds depend upon the outcome. And the outcome was announced about an hour ago. So I'm very cynical. It was much better than I was expecting, much better. It is always pleasing to beat Oxford and Cambridge. Now, don't get your hopes up. We didn't beat them on everything, but just to beat them on a few things is nice. I know we shouldn't talk about beating and rankings and all of those things, but sometimes when you're an underdog, it's nice to celebrate, you know. So overall, I think there are 350 universities in the UK, and we were ranked about 20th out of all of them. So I thought that was a good result, pleasing result. But that's why the senior guys aren't here. They're all wearing brown trousers, really, really anxious that the result was going to be good, and it was good. So that's really nice. So that's a nice thing to say for me, and lovely to hear your support for us, so thank you very much. And we now pass the love towards Polatsky, who are going to run the scheme in future. Thank you.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be standing here in front of you and talk to you a little bit about how we at Polatsky University aim to take the student schemes forward, starting the next academic year. So first of all, I want to give a massive thank you to the University of East Anglia for taking care and really conceptualizing these schemes from the beginning 2 years ago, in particular to Alex, Tara, and Callum, who, as we just heard, couldn't be here today, unfortunately, but really they provided us with such a great platform for student cooperation and student participation in Aurora that it is really a privilege for us to be allowed to build on that. Although we realize that it is also a big responsibility. So I want to talk to you a little bit about our plans moving forward and what we will be doing in the next couple of weeks and months. So we feel that these student schemes should all be about connectivity and connecting students with the academic and admin staff of our universities, making sure that their voice is heard and that students have a chance to participate in this project and be part of that community. And we do realize also, going back to some of the student comments that were in the session earlier today, that we do need to do better on that. We need to be more visible, we need to be more easy to reach, and we need to be more available for them. And that is one of our main goals with these schemes moving forward. In that light, in the coming weeks, and I have already been talking informally to some of our current and former student champions over the past couple of days, we want to reach out and get their first-hand input on how to make these schemes better, because we want to make these schemes, first of all, clear, because we feel that, as was discussed, it is important for students if they want to participate, and if we want them to be as valuable as possible in their input, it is important that everyone knows what is expected of them, and how and when they should do what and what they will gain from it, most importantly, because I think that that is something we tend to forget. I think the trap we fall for as academic and admin staff can be that we keep thinking of what we want students to contribute to our work, to our project, without putting first what the students can gain and get from it, because that is in the end what I think these schemes should be for, giving students an opportunity to develop and contribute in ways that they find important and useful. Because what is important for me is that these schemes turn into something that all of the participants that participate in them and that fulfill the role of either student ambassador or student champion feel that it was an experience that was very useful and also fun for them. So I think the incorporation of events like this, and now that COVID seems behind us and we get the opportunity to get students in a room with us more often, I think we should try to really make the most of that. And do everything we can to make sure that we can really give students through this scheme these valuable international experiences as we describe it in the project proposal, and hopefully these can help to make that a little bit more concrete and a little bit more achievable. Then what will we do moving forward? So as Richard already said, in July there will be this wrap-up party of the scheme of the current year in Norwich, and around that time, so in July, we aim to also launch the call for applications for the next round of student schemes. Our aim is to have that call open throughout the entire summer and September, so that we will have ample time to promote it, get various different applications from students, and work with that all over summer, so that right at the semester start in September, October, we can get started. And then finally, keep your eyes peeled, because we are just now taking over a lot of our plans. We are still developing, but in the weeks to come, we aim to announce more. I want to use this opportunity as well to bring some more attention to the new website for the people that haven't taken a look at it. Keep checking it regularly. We will be putting updates on the new student schemes on there in a couple of weeks' times leading up to July. And those are our plans. And if anyone has any suggestions already or any questions, please feel free to contact me or my colleagues at Palatsky University, and we'd be more than happy to deal with your input and your questions the best way we can. Thank you.
Let's see. Am I audible in the back? Okay, great. I'd like to thank Alma and Ayana for giving me the best setup ever, because as you might have noticed, they did a team presentation together, and they're students from two different Aurora universities, and guess what? That's exactly what I'm going to be speaking about, so thank you for setting me up so well. I know it was on purpose. Let's see, do I advance like here? So yes, I'm going to talk to you today about presentation skills in a cross-cultural setting, and I'm going to do so because, one, I love presentations. Second, I think they're extremely important for our students to become the change makers that we expect them to become. And I'd like to add that maybe we might not, in our time being limited in our teaching, we might not spend enough time on presentation skills in our classrooms, and I'd like to advocate for that here. As you can see also, I've started timing myself, and I'm going to keep myself to my 10 minutes so that I practice what I preach, and you'll see in a moment why I say that. Okay,
So let's go then. So my goal today then is to advocate for the inclusion of cross-cultural presentations into all levels of the Aurora curriculum, from bachelor's to master's to PhD. And in doing so, I'm just making friendly suggestions. I'm not being prescriptive. As an academic, I know that other academics are fiercely protective of their teaching and research methods, so these are just suggestions. I have the following roadmap for you. First, we're going to look at cross-cultural presentations in the undergraduate and master's level. Then we'll move on to the PhD level, and then I'll conclude with a few remarks about aurorization. So that's our roadmap for the next 10 minutes. Okay, so on to the first point then, about undergraduate and master's. As you can see here, this is a screenshot from a COIL course, a cooperative online international learning course between a Japanese university and an American university. And this is the kind of setup I have in mind, right, where you'd have undergraduate classes taught by instructors from, say, 2 Aurora universities during the term, or there might be an Aurora component during the term. And the idea is that you have 2 students, one from each university, who team up for a 10-minute online group presentation. And one principle is that both students must take equal part in the presentation. Now, you might ask, what's the payoff? Aren't presentations just quicker and easier than essays? Aren't they intellectually inferior to essays, where you have to take a lot more time, you don't have the luxury of the ephemeral, and you just that something is lasting and people can read? So aren't presentations just a quick payoff? First of all, I'd say that the skill set is different. Second, I'd say that presentations are an excellent solution to the problem we have of our academic calendars. Let's look at this chart that I received from the pilot domain of culture. And as you can see here, so this is a chart of all 9 core members and of the academic year. It turns out that it's only in 2 months in the fall term, October and November, that all 9 schools are in session and there are not final exams. For the spring, it's even worse. There's only 1 month when all 9 schools are in session and there are no final exams. So we have very little time, and presentations are a way of doing some great Aurora cross-cultural work in the limited time we have in our courses. But key to all of this is keeping the 10-minute time limit. Let me explain. So students might, it didn't transfer well here, but as you can see, this is part of presentation. So students basically are putting together their argument, they're putting their sources together, they get their points going, then they, formulate their entire argument, their thesis statement, they have the whole presentation, then they time it, and they see that maybe it actually went over 10 minutes. So then they have to maybe remove one of the pillars, one of the parts of the presentation, which then has an effect on the thesis statement and the whole argument and so on. So we're really in this excellent hermeneutical circle, right? And what's so good about that is that it really allows students to engage in higher order thinking skills. Let's look here at Bloom's taxonomy, the traditional Bloom's taxonomy from 2001, the revised version. And in entering into this hermeneutic circle and engaging in synthetic thinking, the students really are analyzing, they're drawing connections, they're evaluating, they're making an argument, and they're putting together a presentation. And these, of course, are, as you can see in the taxonomy, these are higher order thinking skills. Exactly the kind of thing you do in essay writing, just in a different format. Now, this will lead to some difficult meta questions that if a student was doing a presentation on their own, these questions would be intuitive, they wouldn't really ask themselves these questions, but when you put 2 people together and make them do the slow, drawn-out work of working together, these questions pop up. How do we divide the preparation between us? Should you do research and I do visuals, or should we do a bit of both? How do we divide the speaking time between us? Do we divide in half, I go first and you second, or do we do it like Alma and Ayana did, by having one person go first, another person in the middle, and then you return to the first person at the end, thereby showing even greater coordination and teamwork? Who should speak first? Does that choice make any statement about diversity? Should we be making such statements in the classroom? It doesn't end there, though, because there's also rhetorical questions that need to be answered. How do we divide the presentation into sections? Where do we put our thesis statement? How do we formulate our thesis statement? And more broadly, how does my academic culture cross-culture make arguments. Are we thesis first, like in the United States? Are we thesis last, like in France? And if there's a difference between academic cultures, what does that tell us? Even more profoundly, how do we ensure that our international audience will understand wherever they come from? And are there any constants about academic argumentation that hold across cultures and that we can use to make our point? So now you're thinking, Wikström, you are torturing these poor undergraduates. What are you doing? And my answer would be, no, I'm not. I'm actually setting up a wonderful experience for them, a very valuable skill-building experience. So let's look here at the Aurora Competence Framework, and I think Kees Kovenaar and his team for sending me this slide of the 16 Lewis competencies. The kind of work I'm talking about, what will it do for students? Well, they'll certainly build their oral communication skills. They will build their critical thinking skills and having to analyze and make an argument. They will build their teamwork skills. And last but not least, they will build their skills in intercultural knowledge and competence. So these are the kind of skills exactly that our students need to become the change makers we are asking them to become in Aurora. And you can even turn the screw even more and reinforce the cross-cultural component by peer review. For instance, having the other students from both campuses, the international group, give feedback to the students. So, and this idea of peer review leads me to my second point, which will be a bit shorter. I'm going to talk about the PhD level. Now here, I think group presentations are maybe not as relevant. The students are doing their individual research, but I think it'd be great if students could do presentations, for instance, at the Aurora summer schools, like the one coming up in Innsbruck, or outside of Innsbruck this summer. Another possibility is doing 3-minute thesis competitions, like a lot of them happen around the world, like we will be doing next summer at University of Iceland at PhD Impact, the Aurora Masterclass on Public Outreach for doctoral students. But no matter what the format is, I think the key here, to make this cross-cultural with an individual presentation, the idea is to get feedback from an international group of peers, from the other students, coming from the other different institutions. And that will oblige the PhD students to engage and answer some of the questions about participation and rhetoric that the undergraduate students also deal with in this format. So that, I think, is very key. Now, let me just move on quickly to aurorization here. So that, of course, is the goal. And as I've been saying, I think we really should make intercultural presentation skills a red thread, a theme at all layers, at all levels of Aurora, from undergraduate to master's to the PhD. It's certainly a way of creating a unified academic standard, one kind of somewhat easy activity that everyone can do, also allowing a lot of academic freedom for our professors. And it will also create a unified student experience, because one thing is for sure, that that slow, drawn-out, grinding work of putting together a presentation across cultures, maybe across media devices, is something the students will probably never forget, just like I never forgot group writing essays in college with 3 other people. I mean, that was a really enriching torture. And so it will create a unified student experience, and ultimately, I think it will cement our network. It will cement our identity. And one identity we can have is that of the public speaking network, the presentation network. And this will happen in a very student-centered way and achieve this kind of larger institutional aims, but of course always do it with students in mind. So I'd like to thank you for your attention. 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Thank you.
I'm going to have the same problem as you had, Ayani. People can barely see me. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to have this opportunity for not quite, but almost the final word of the biannual. I should introduce myself to start with. My name's Professor Helena Gillespie. I'm a white, female, cisgender, first-generation academic, and my role at the UEA is as Associate Pro-Vice Chancellor for Student Inclusion. That means I'm the lead on all matters that relate to student inclusion. I'm going to talk about diversity today, and some of you may be wondering why I introduced myself in that way. When you talk about diversity, I think it's really important for every individual to consider their own identity in talking about diversity. That's not to say that in every context you should be obliged to share all of that, but I do think that when we are working in this area, it's absolutely crucial for us to acknowledge who we are, where we sit, and our own identity to the people that we're working with. Because not all forms of diversity are visible, and people make assumptions and generalizations about what they might see, and it's really important to acknowledge that and to help people understand who you are. So I would urge all of you to think about next time you're introducing yourself to a group of people that you don't know, have a think about how your own identity matters in that space at that time. And it's not just about your job title, it's not just about your purpose for being in that room, but it's really important to acknowledge all of those aspects. When we're talking about diversity, we need to think carefully because these are potentially sensitive issues. This is my day-to-day job. This is what I do all the time, and I talk about student inclusion and equality and diversity, and I get used to using a set of words. And I'm going to talk today about the set of words that we're thinking about using within Aurora to understand the diversity of our students. Some of those words may not be the words that you use. Some of them may be different in your countries or in your cultures. Some of them you may identify with yourselves. And I think it's always really important to acknowledge the sensitivity of the topic. However, we should never let our worries about the sensitivity of these topics stand in the way of our dialogue about it. I was recently at a conference with US colleagues, and the topic of the conference was about inclusion, focused very closely on race and ethnicity. The conference organisers urged us to be comfortable with being uncomfortable during that time. And I think one of the things that we may need to consider as a network and as the Alliance, how comfortable we feel in understanding and discussing diversity as something which impacts a lot of our work. So while I'm talking and sharing the work of my group for the next few minutes, I urge you to have a think about how these things impact your work and have a think about how confident and literate the people you're working with feel about these issues. If you have any questions or comments about it, I'm really happy to talk to people about it. That's not to say that I know how to get it right in that context, but the more we talk, the more we understand, the better we get at this. So, we had a deliverable to define our future student population. My academic reaction to that was, yes, I can definitely do that if you define what you mean by define, who the future students are, and what you mean by population. Otherwise, I'm really good with it. Just explain what you mean. And luckily, the answer to that is, well, that's for you to understand. And so what we've done here, and I've discussed this with the VREs for the second time this morning, and thank you, VREs in the room, for fantastic feedback this morning. And we're comfortable with our policy statement on this, which I'll give you a few moments to read here. So the first sentence, the first part, I hope is something that as a network and as an alliance, we can all sign up to. Our future students should reflect the diversity of our communities. What do you mean by community? I might mean your town, I might mean your country, I might mean Europe, I might mean however you might choose to define that. The value is in you thinking about that. What do we mean by our community? What is the diversity there? Do we reflect it? Now, in some of our communities, that's going to mean a focus on particular groups, particular types of students, and for others, it will mean something completely different. There's no one magic bullet or one particular intention in diversity within the Alliance. It is for us to understand and define that better. But the thing I want to really emphasize at this point is that inclusion is not a box we can tick. We can't say, we've defined our future student population, we've done that, we can tick that box. Inclusion isn't an aim, it's a way of doing things. And that's why I think it's really important in our policy statement here to say that in working towards that diversity, understanding student diversity is really important. And we need to understand what the equality issues are for each of us and actively work in inclusive and anti-discriminatory ways. And so there's something to reflect there, I hope, for everybody in the room. And I alluded earlier to the fact that this seems to be cross-cutting across lots of our work. Here are some ways in which universities work where it's really important to be inclusive. So, for instance, obviously in our admissions, it's important to be inclusive, but also in our outreach work that we do as part of our admissions work. It's important to be inclusive in what we teach and how we teach it, and the strategies that underpin that. It's important to be inclusive in our curriculums, and that's a particularly hot topic in higher education at the moment as we think about decolonising curriculums and bringing in non-Western approaches to thinking about what we teach. And we also need to bear in mind inclusion when we think about the whole student experience, the holistic student experience, the fact that students learn just as much outside the classroom, sometimes more than they do inside the classroom at our universities, and therefore it's really important to have plans to inclusively build social agency and cultural capital while we're in our universities. So for all of those reasons, and maybe more that you can think of, it's really important to have this embedded inclusion, not as an aim, but as a way of doing things within what we do. But we were asked to define student demographics, and my work package were absolutely fantastic in asking lots of really testing questions about this, and thank you to everybody else in the room who's not in the work package as well, who's also contributed to this. This is the list of categories that we would suggest that the Alliance uses, but some may be more relevant to institutions than others. So just to pick a few out, I know from my colleagues working in Germany that students from migration backgrounds and refugee students, it's a really important demographic in that situation. In the UK, we have quite a focus on recruiting students who are older than typical, so we would call them mature students. Incidentally, mature means in the UK, if you start your first degree older than 21. We also have a focus in the UK on ensuring that students with disabilities not only get into our universities but make good progress and get graduate jobs. So these are the demographic categories that we'll be using, and we'll be working through the work package to understand the needs of inclusion better. So what are our next steps? Some examples here. Some of these have been improved only this morning by the VRE, so a little bit more work to do here. But these are some of the things that we will be doing in my work package to help us promote that inclusion and understand diversity better. So, for instance, in the field of gender, and when I talk about gender, I think it's really important for us all to acknowledge that when we collect data about gender or understand gender, we should do it in non-binary ways. We should never just do this in terms of men and women. But there might also be some things we would want to do around gender that would give us insight in particular subjects. So this is not just about what happens in the whole university, but in particular areas as well. The final thing that I would say is that in using these categories and talking about these students, it's really important to remember that students may not self-identify into the groups in which we as institutions might put them. And so that's why it's really important to have the student voice here. And that's one of the things that I really like about Aurora is that powerful, insistent student voice. So thank you for that. As Richard said earlier, this is richer for having student voices in the room. And I think we should really commit to understanding student diversity better and understanding intersectionality better so we can improve the student experience within our institutions and their lived experiences as well. I hope that I've said something there to make you think. I didn't mean to make you think like me, so I'm always happy to receive comments and challenges in what I do, because I think, and right back to the beginning, we're only going to make progress with this if we challenge ourselves to have those conversations about diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. We're going to open the floor up for some questions from the audience, if anyone has any questions for us. Robert, yes? Oh, yep.
Okay, first of all, thank you all very much for your presentations. It was incredibly interesting. I have one question for the student representatives. I think Alma is best suited to answer that one. The student handbook that you've written seems incredibly comprehensive. I can't imagine the amount of hours that you put into that book. I wanted to ask, is this something for the internal use of the student council, or are you planning on making this publicly available? Because I think it might be useful. No, I don't think it might be useful. I'm sure it's going to be incredibly useful for the Alliance as a whole, especially the first 2 introductory chapters into Aurora.
Thank you. The student handbook was originally written with the student council in mind, and so there are aspects that are specific to the student council. It could be expanded even further and used for example, the student schemes, although it would require some modifications to really serve that group of students, as they require different information. I'm absolutely open to distributing it internally. I don't think it's for external distribution. I just don't think it would be very beneficial for that purpose. But yes, we did spend many hours writing it, so as many people as can read it, I'd be happy to have them read it. Any further questions? Yes?
Hello, thank you for the space.
I'm Paula. I'm an ambassador from the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. And well, I have some questions to raise to the board and to everybody else in the room, because I have been on the Aurora scheme as an ambassador for this year, 2021-2022. And so far there has been some things that are not so, let's say, that don't show up so much, the values that Aurora is supposed to have at its core. So my first question is, at February and March this year, there were a lot of emails from students sending to Callum, who sadly is not here, sadly for me, because I really wanted to meet him. And the students were dropping out because either they didn't have time to do the work from the work packages, or they just didn't know what Aurora is about after 4 months of being enrolled as a champions. So my question about the dropouts is, what can be done, or if there is anything being done already, to ensure or facilitate that students engage and participate in the work packages in the case of the champions, instead of trying to understand what Aurora is about for 4 or more months. My second question related to this is, what strategies, if any, you have for students to participate in projects in their own universities or in other universities? And regarding this, I just want to taking advantage of the technology. So everybody has a WhatsApp group today. So Aurora students for this year also have a WhatsApp group for the champions and for the ambassadors. And just so you know that I'm not making this up, and it's just now my perception that some students have joined Aurora, and at the end of the schema, they don't know what Aurora is about. There was a co-creation laboratory in Amsterdam about 3 or 2 weeks ago, and this event was supposed to happen in February this year, but it was canceled because of corona measures, but then it took place this month. And the first question that one of the champions had within the chat was what this co-creation laboratory is. And I was one of the persons who replied, and my reply was, I say, quote, LOL, I'm from FU, and I didn't even knew about it. And at least now I will have material to work as an ambassador, unquote. And then the 2 replies that I want to share with you as evidence of what I am asking for from you, it's Florine said, quote, same, I feel like there may be a lot of Aurora events no one is telling us about, unquote. And second, Giuseppe, who's an adult student from Italy, said, quote, however, this does not make sense. Aurora was born to share and to collaborate between the universities and that are part of it. An important requirement should be sharing information above all, and yet we as students, then we are completely in the dark. Reading the registration form of the co-creation laboratory, you are really asked to be an Aurora student, but no one from the organizers group even warned us about anything, unquote. So this is what happened in the chat this year, and there are many other comments of this tone through the whole chat. So I also have the intuition, because from my university, there are not many champions, even though there are significantly a big amount of people enrolled in Aurora in the schemas. And I want to know just if Aurora is taking an iterative approach to solve the problems or the issues that students find when they are already enrolled. And if not, why not? Because an iterative approach is the core to reach sustainability, to be able to reflect and to discuss and to think together. And if it's not taken, or if it's been taken, what are the indicators, and how can we find out about that? And my last remark is, well, I'm a student from Colombia. I do my master's in the Universität, in the Freie Universität, with a scholarship. But with this scholarship, I only cover my fees and my allowance. So, for example, if I want to take part as an Aurora representative and as a student from the VU on one summer course, for example, in Iceland, I cannot do it because I cannot afford it, because the part-time job is not enough for that. So in terms of mobility, considering there are many different students here in Europe that are from different backgrounds, that have scholarships, or that work by themselves to pay their students, how can Aurora facilitate that the mobility or the actual participation, like real participation, can take place for everybody to actually engage in the Aurora purposes? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot to cover there. Is there anyone who would like to start?
Yeah, I'll have a go. I mean, I must thank you for that question. I mean, it wasn't really a question, it was a thesis, a graduate thesis, and it was very impressive. I must say, I found myself in violent agreement with most of you. You know, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said. Aurora has a hardy perennial in it, and that hardy perennial is communication. And I'm not quite sure why. Well, I have some theories as to why student groups and groups of staff are not great at communicating with each other, but I think you touched on one of them, which we have not really handled very well, which is busyness. You know, people get busy and communication gets lost in the busyness. And the one that I am very interested in is the remark that you made right at the end, which is, if you're, there are quite a few students in Aurora, quite a few of the Aurora universities who are working when they're also a student. And the working assumption that we're making, which is that everyone is, 40 hours a week available for every educational opportunity, that is a bad assumption. And that is not an assumption that we should be making at all. And that's why I was sort of nodding along when Helena was giving her work, because that is about Aurora understanding its own students better. Because if we can understand our students better, then we will be able to make available opportunities for them that fit. And I think what you were telling me, quite violently, for which I thank you, was that the opportunities that are being made available are not fitting the life that you have to follow in order to complete your master's student. So that's a point well made, and I hope we will listen to it. Now, Niels, that's kind of set you up a bit, because you've got the job of sort of not making that mistake again.
Yes, yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for your feedback and for your questions. And I'm sure that maybe after the session we can discuss it in a little bit more detail, because as Richard has said, moving forward, it will be our responsibility and challenge as well to try to breach some of these gaps in communication. First of all, I completely agree that it is not a very good sign if 4 months into the scheme there are several or many participants who still have no clear or decent understanding of what Aurora is about. So I completely agree that there we should do better in explaining to students what Aurora is, and especially I think what Aurora can mean and be for them, because this is such a multifaceted project that I think it can be everything for everyone if we're not careful in how we describe it. So really focus in our messaging on what is relevant for students. Then regarding how we would like to tackle that with the student schemes moving forward in particular is that we want to make sure that there is a closer connectivity, for example, with the student council and local student council members, but also with local Aurora offices at each institution, so that the moment you enroll to be an Aurora student ambassador or an Aurora student champion, you have this list of contact people, not just me, because most of you applying will not be students from Palatsky University, and that will by default make me fairly difficult to approach, because the barrier I realize to contact someone in an office at a different university is much higher than contact someone locally. So that is one of the first things that we want to put in place. Also realizing that that is much easier said than done, and I do not want to overpromise at this point, but that is one of the first steps that we would like to take to make getting information on Aurora and make getting information on the role of a student ambassador, the role of a student champion, a little bit more accessible, no matter where you are from, and also by prolonging the application period a little bit. We really hope by making it a little bit more accessible and giving more time for anyone interested in applying for these schemes to reach out and contact me if they have any questions or remarks, so that they can make a more deliberate decision on whether this is the right role for them, so that no one will, well, no one is maybe a bit too ambitious, but barely anyone will have the need to drop out after they go through the process of applying, because I think that if you go through all of the process of applying for the student for a student role, it shows that you are very dedicated and that you are very committed to making this work and getting a valuable experience out of this. And it is then our responsibility, starting this summer at Palatsky University, to make sure that we deliver on that promise that we make you. So I hope that answers some of your questions.
Yeah, keep the faith, it will get better.
Yes, any further questions, or do you feel that your question was sufficiently answered? Any further? Yes, thank you.
Yes, this question is for Elena. All of you, first of all, thank you for the presentations. They were very insightful, and is from the central office, it's very interesting to see the student perspective alive and moving. In terms of diversity and thinking about the, let's say, globalization initiative that Aurora is moving towards, further from being knowledgeable in the complexity of diversity, I, as a student, had, while I was applying for my master's, an experience on being classified as a minority for the first time in my life, and that was a surprise. It was in a university, an European university, and one in the US, and that was very strange for me because I never considered myself a minority. So in that context, I want to ask you how, because every university, every country, and sometimes every continent understands diversity differently from their own context, of course. So what is relevant for them within the communities that they have, then that comes as a priority. But if you come as a student from abroad, then and you come to this new context of diversity, that may clash a little bit with what you are used to. How do you think this is possible to, not even tackle, but just understand or make easier for the students that are going in exchange?
I have a crack at responding to that. Thank you. I think it's a really insightful question, and thank you for sharing your personal experience on that. I think that one of the reasons that I talk about inclusion as a process rather than a destination is to reflect the fact that our understanding of diversity will be ever-changing, and we're only going to make the understanding effective if we continually review our understanding and not apply old concepts of demographic difference into new situations, whether they're situations where student population is changing or whether, as we've just experienced globally, the world has changed, right? Another example is that we used to have a category at UEA where we would talk about students with disrupted academic journeys. So students who'd had a significant disruption to their schooling and therefore maybe missing particular bits of so now every student has had a disrupted academic journey. We need to rethink that. So I don't think there are any easy answers to the question of, you know, what happens if my institution is classifying me in a way which I don't recognize myself, an identity that I don't own. You know, what I think the question that is, well, to what purpose would the institution put that information if it doesn't apply to you? That's why, as institutions, we need to have that. We need to have that understanding. It's not about putting students or indeed staff or our communities into boxes. Actually, the demographics are to enable the conversation, and that's why it needs to flow. So I don't think there are any easy answers, and I think that we definitely need to be aware of changes that are taking place in our communities. That, however, will cause problems because, of course, one of the tempting things to do is to say, well, we used to have X many of students from this particular group in our university, and now we've got X many of students from this particular group in our university, and somehow that's good or bad or whatever, I don't know. For me, that's the least important thing we need to do when understanding student demographics. The most important thing we've got to do is actually to understand the real lived experience of identity. So thank you for raising that. I think it's a really good example of what we've got to be wary of in this room. So thank you. I don't know if any of my fellow panel members want to add anything on that. Go for it, Annie.
Hi, sorry, thanks for the question. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure if I understand what you said correctly. From my perspective, I think this is one of the things when we did Tarragona, the design working shop, my team kind of suggested the idea of international students come to a different country. They have like totally different system, totally different university, school system. And then how we suggested was kind of all universities have like different support like online. So for example, like I came from Japan, but we have some staff member. We don't really have Japanese staff member. And if you really want to ask something in my first language, we can, if, for example, like University of Iceland has Japanese staff member, we can kind of share that and then her understanding in their mother tongue. So that helped them to like face anxiety than just listening to English and somebody from different race, different country explain, country explain, if that makes sense. And like that, when I said it, that we should change demographic, what was the word? Demographic, thank you, I always forget that. Demographic of the staff member, because I work for Student Union, we have like 98% staff members are all white British staff member, but when we said that we need to have more diversity, they think we are saying that to fire them, but we are not saying that. Like for future, not current, but like to change the situation, like we need to change the policy for HR, we need to change the policy for anything actually. So like to consider that from the current staff member can start like that. So that means like our future staff member demographic change and as students will be more comfortable to talk to us because, so I'm just keep talking, but I'm the only international student officer in my organization and the other student officer grew up in Britain. So like I had so many undergraduate students, different country, international students came to me because they know that I'm international student. They believe that I would understand how they feel, if that makes sense. So yeah, I would suggest that like if that happens, like for future, possibly if Aurora University can collaborate together or your organization like trying to change something. Yeah, sorry. I think if you want to ask something, other member.
Any other questions?
Thank you. My question is there any plan to connect student council work within Aurora with student schemes, or should these continue to be separate worlds, so to say? And the question number 2 is about the student champion scheme. My experience was very good. Actually, it was not in communication with the work package, which was discussed before, but it was, once I was successfully integrated in the work package, what to do. You know, I actually expected that there will be a job for me already designed in the original Aurora proposal, you know, which is saying, okay, the new student champion should do this, this, and this. Well, that was not the case. The work within the package was still great, and I'm really happy. I thank everyone for that. I learned a lot, and I hope I could contribute at least a bit. But my question is there a plan? You know, it's not enough to just say, please, work package leaders, give people jobs, because nobody likes to be said, to be told to work more than they already do. I think it's very important to put in tasks for students as far as possible somewhere when designing the new work packages, maybe for the new proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, the first question regarding connectivity with the Student Council, and Alma and I really briefly discussed that already. Of course, the last thing we want is our different student initiatives to be siloed off. I think hopefully all of you as students here experience how valuable it is to meet with as many students from our different universities as possible. So we very much want to create one student community, even though the roles might be different. I think the goal should really be to create one common community of Aurora students. Then the second question that you had is also something that we did, looking also at the feedback that we've gathered so far from previous student champions. It is a piece of feedback that we got more often. So what we want to do moving forward is, before assigning students to a particular work package, we want to, and again, that's why we want to take a little bit of a longer open period for the call over summer, because we want to connect with the current work packages and task teams to see where is the need for students, what kind of things are there to be done in different work packages, so that we then can offer that to students that are interested in a more concrete way. Because I can imagine that signing up for such a scheme as well, it will be more attractive if you can consider and know the moment you start and sign up, this is more or less what my year as a student ambassador, as a student champion will look like. So our aim will be to have as much of that information related to the tasks and the activities ready at the start. Again, I am a bit hesitant there to overpromise, so I can promise that it will be our aim to have as much information ready. But we are really aware that that is something that is direly needed.
Could I just say something? Sometimes your students are it's quite common for student representatives to say, what is my job? You know, and you already have a full-time job, which is being a student. So personally, I don't want us to overload people with lots of burdensome responsibilities. Just being you is pretty valuable in its own right. Thank you very much. So let's not forget that. You know, just being in the room is a good thing. I find that very helpful when we're thinking about the future. So being you is good too.
Any further questions, since we still have a little bit more time? If not, do we want to take a 10-minute break before the next? No? Okay, we're going to move on to the next session. So I would like to thank everyone for their participation in this session, and I would like to welcome to the stage Anne-May Jensen. Sorry.
All right. Bear with me, people, just a little bit longer, and I promise drinks and dinners and all things fun lay ahead. Let me just wait a few seconds if people get settled. All right, thank you everyone for bearing with us till the very end. Well, the program isn't completely ended yet, but we are nearing the end of the program, the content program of the day, and just from my personal perspective, I've been having a blast. It's been absolutely wonderful, but I won't say too much because we're not there yet. Before we actually come to the closing of today's program, we have several very exciting celebrations, really, an announcement and accomplishments that we have carved out a bit of time in today's program to highlight the hard work that has been going on behind the scenes, and also some really exciting announcements. First up is something you've already heard about, the Aurora Student Handbook. You've heard Alma's presentation about what it encompasses, what it hopes to do, and how it will, in the future, contribute to the sustainability of the student engagement. And I, myself, personally, am very grateful to her for doing all of that hard work, because it was very much needed. So I would very much like to ask Alma to come back forward and come up here, and also ask the Aurora President, Jan-Atli Benediksen, to come forward for the official presentation of the handbook, and for Alma to hand over the very first copy of the handbook to Jan-Atli. So please come forward. Well, that was the first very exciting thing. Then we have another achievement to celebrate. Today, 6 of our universities will sign a letter of intent to develop a joint European master program on digital society and global citizenship. This is extremely exciting. So could I please ask the following people to come forward to sign the letter of intent? On behalf of the University of Federico II, Alessandro Arienzo. On behalf of the University of Placki Olomouc, Michael Malaka. On behalf of the University of Innsbruck, Tilman Merk. On behalf of the University Rovira i Virgili, John Style. On behalf of the University of Iceland, Jan-Atli again. And on behalf of the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, Frans Snijders. Please, take the pen and sign. Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Now, I would like to say we are saving the best for last. We are incredibly happy to officially announce today that the University of Paris-Créteil will be joining the Aurora Alliance. Their values and priorities are completely in line with Aurora, so we could not possibly give up this opportunity to have them join our alliance. So could I please ask, again, President Jörn Attlee, but also the President of Paris-Créteil, Jean-Luc Dubois-Randé, to come forward and sign the MOU. Jean-Luc, may I invite you to say a few words?
So it's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you today, and I thank Jörn Attlee and all the team of Aurora and all the members, all the presidents to accept us as now a member and a full member of the Alliance. So I was impressed, and we feel very comfortable with you now because we face the same values, we face the same problems. I mean, we tackle inequalities, we have to deal with diversity, so we have to find solution. In my university, 40,000 students. It's in a territory with a lot of inequalities, so it's a big challenge. So it's also a territory with a lot of diversity. So diversity is not a problem, it's a richness. So we have to deal with that. So I understand that you have the same way to do that. So it's very interesting, it's very important, it's very serious. And especially in Europe to face to these challenges, social and societal challenges. Thank you again for all of you. Thank you again for the students, because I'm sure our students want to join you. So I hear many things very interesting, and so we'll be on board very quickly and very seriously. Thank you very much.
Then all there is left for me to do, because now we're really coming to the end of everything, is to ask Jörn Attlee once more to come forward and say a few words as closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-May, and thanks to all of you for a terrific biennial. I would like to start by thanking Jean-Luc and Paris Est for joining us. You mentioned that you fit very comfortably with Aurora. We can say you even fit better to Aurora than Aurora fits to itself. So, I mean, it's unbelievable. So we are very pleased. We felt it right from the start talking to you that it was an extremely good fit. And actually, General Council today approved that you are already associate partners of the current proposal, the current work we're doing, and we look forward to working with you. I would also like to congratulate Alma and the Student Council for the handbook. I think it's a great step forward. As you mentioned in your speech, corporate memory, continuation, it's so important, and having all these details, especially when there's a significant turnover. As mentioned in the session here, in various ways, students are at the heart of Aurora. Students make, obviously, Aurora, and without having their voice here, we would not succeed as we are succeeding. So I would like to give thank you and applause to the Student Council and Alma. And this meeting has been very productive. We are moving forward, and after tonight, we are not finished here, but we have this dinner tonight. We will go back home. Some don't need to travel, but most of us need to go back home. We have plenty of stuff to digest, but we can say that things have moved forward, and I'm very impressed with all the activities and how successful we have been. And Tillman and Thomas and all the people here at the University of Innsbruck, you're truly terrific. You have raised the bar for biannuals, and we will have our next physical biannual in the Czech Republic next year, but we will have a virtual one now in November, I believe. But we see here coming together with a record turnout that this is so important that we meet, and to have such a great organization and preparation, it really makes the difference. And I heard from my team just in the preparations how organized you were, distributing information, and that's also key. So I would like to end here. But in the end, I would like to ask everybody here to applaud the excellent organization. But we will continue tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jon Adli. We were actually so efficient that one of the signatory partners of the LOE for the Digital Society Master was not in the room because we were so ahead of time. So I would kindly ask the group then together again after the closing session to take the picture with all the signatory partners. So before this biannual is coming to an official end, let me give you some very brief practical information, as you said, on our final conference dinner tonight up the Nordkette mountain. The point of departure for this trip is the Hungerburgbahn funicular from Congress Station, which is already indicated in our well-known conference map. It's this white Zaha Hadid designed building just behind the Congress Center, and this is the view of the station when approached from Volkskunstmuseum, where we were yesterday. You can depart at either 6:15, or 6:30, and we will hand out the tickets directly to you at the station, and one of us from the organizing team will join you for each departure. Please be so kind as to arrive 10 minutes before the actual departure time, and the funicular will take you up to Hungerburg Station, where you will change for the cable car up to Seegrube, where the dinner takes place. For the way back, you can choose between 4 different departure times from Station Seegrube down to Hungerburg. And at this time, this is important to mention, the funicular won't be operating anymore. So we have arranged buses for you to take you back to Innsbruck downtown. Please note that buses have a maximum capacity of 50 people, so we should aim at spreading out somehow evenly between the different departure times. But don't worry, we will make sure that everyone gets back safely to Innsbruck. That's it from me, basically, but please allow me to use this opportunity also to say a round of thank yous, because this is not a one-man show here in Innsbruck, but it's actually a team effort for Aurora. And this is something I'm really happy about, and I want to say a quick round of thank yous to those that helped organizing this biennial and gave a helping hand along the way, content-wise and when it comes to the organization on the ground. Let me start with those that are located the farthest away, which is my group of institutional coordinators, from Reykjavik to Napoli, from Tarragona to Olomouc. It is such a fantastic group of people to work with, who I'm truly happy to call colleagues and friends. Thank you very much for the constant exchange and collaboration and the spirit you bring to Aurora. Thank you also very much to the great Aurora Central Office team in Amsterdam in supporting the preparation of the biennial, who always finds answers and solutions to the many, many questions they are faced with every day. Thank you, Anne-Marie Janssen, Sabine Sonrons, Odo Inge Runosdottir, Anna Klaas, Maria José Montaña Correa, Pim de Boer, Christy Kleberts, and former team member Ehil Carson. Now coming to Innsbruck, I would like to thank the colleagues from our events team under the lead of Martin Leitner, the IT service team headed by Ortrum Gröblinger, for their contribution to make this event a successful one. Uwe Steger and his public relation teams were also of great help in the organization of this biennial, as were our Aurora student representatives Daniel Müller, Lukas Schobesberger, and Anna-Maria Weiss. A big shout out also to our student helpers throughout the past couple of days, who were always around when needed. But nothing, of course, would have taken place here without the wonderful Aurora team here in Innsbruck. Everyone from our core team was involved in one way or the other into the organization of this event, and I would like to thank every one of them for the extra mile they were willing to walk in the past couple of weeks. Barbara Tasser, Gunnar Weingartner, Lorenzo Rieck, Philipp Gucci, and Robert Natter, and also those that were taking care of extra activities during the biennial, like Matthias Schennach, Katharina Walch, or Katharina Pöllmann. However, most involved in the planning were probably my very fine colleagues from the Aurora office we have here in Innsbruck, Christina Raab, Dejan Lukovic, and Katarina Hochstaffel-Nazarova. Let me thank you all very much for your great work and support to make this biennial a truly enjoyable one. In particular, Katharina was taking care of a tremendous amount of practical things behind the scenes, and I'm immensely grateful for that. Dear Katharina, you deserved yourself a round of extra applause, and please allow me to hand you over some flowers. Well, and last but not least, I would like to thank the senior leadership of Universität Innsbruck, not only for the extensive support of Aurora, but also for their very active involvement in this biennial, especially Vice Rectors Wolfgang Streicher, Bernhard Fügenschuh, as well as Ulrike Tanzer. And of course, Rector Tilman Merck, who is probably the most passionate internal supporter of Aurora and its values and beliefs. Thank you very much, Tilman, for being such an inspiration and firm believer in what we all want to achieve in this room. And here I quote your opening words: to build and expand on our shared vision of universities, of European universities that matter. Thank you very much, and now I would finally like to hand over to you. Thank you.
This will be now really the last speech. Anne may already start to announce that this is the end, but apparently it wasn't the end. The program tells me that I should say a few final words, and I will do this now also with pleasure. And an important message maybe to you who are now scared because of this bus capacity. Yeah? There is a nice walking way from the Hungerburg down to Innsbruck. Just takes you 20 minutes or so. So if you plan, take a flashlight with you, and then, although we have moon also here at the moment, so you will be safe anyway. I have to admit these were very intensive days here at the Biennial, but that's the way it should be. And I think it is also quite a reassuring assessment to make for my closing words that these were intensive days. It somehow confirms to us all the high intensity and interconnectedness of our collaboration that we already experienced the first evening when the music wasn't able to play because we wanted to connect so much finally to each other. I think, and I am also truly pleased that so many of you could make it to Innsbruck, that you made the effort to come to Innsbruck. I think, as you probably all agree, all of you wanted to discuss with each other, to debate, and at the end, advance our joint Aurora cause. And I think we are all truly committed to the fact that we can take this Aurora Alliance and this also Aurora network to the next level. And clearly our next core work will be very concretely the upcoming renewal of the European University Alliance program, among many other things. On this, let me also take the opportunity again to warmly welcome our colleagues from Paris Est among us, who will certainly make a very great addition to the Alliance, with all the expertise and passion they bring to the Aurora table. So, bienvenue, Jean-Luc and your team. Well, I know a little French, but not much more, So in this sense, my closing words will also now not put too much emphasis on the goodbye, and even the program is not finally over, at least, but the official one. As you all invited to the closing conference dinner tonight, high upon the Seegrube mountain, where you can certainly continue your discussions. By the way, the Seegrube, if you go up one further step to the Havelekar, that's where more or less the cosmic rays have been detected by our Nobel laureate of the University of Innsbruck, Victor Franz Hess. And actually we are right now in the stage of renovating this original lab hut, so that it can be visited, and there will be some explanations, self-explanations. Because although we would have time, as we are ahead of time, I spare you now any summary or reflections on the results of the different panel sessions, working groups, meetings. It also would be simply too much because there was such a high level of activity. The only thing I would like to ask you to do now is to give yourself and ourselves a big round of final applause for the great work of the past days. I think everybody realized that it was for me and for Thomas and all of us here in Innsbruck a great pleasure to host the 2022 physical edition of the Aurora Biannual. I hope you go home with fond memories of your time in Innsbruck, with also new connections and ideas. And I thank also now once again everyone who has been involved in the planning and organization of the event. Thomas Baumgartner has already mentioned, well, Thomas Baumgartner has already mentioned in his brief remarks a long list who have contributed to this, and so I'm not going to repeat it, although we always know it doesn't remain complete because one forgets the one other thing. But what I really want to mention at this moment, and it wouldn't have been if it would not have been Thomas, yeah? And so he is the really master of the whole thing, and we owe it to him, yeah? So, if you, Jon Adli, kindly enough said the bar is high, the bar was already high. Yeah, I think we had some very nice meetings in the past years, and I still I have them in my memory. But it's Thomas who is a perfectionist who tried to do it really good, and I'm very glad he did it. Yeah. I think a collaboration like ours needs personal dedication, and so I think at the end it's my pleasure also to thank you, Jon Adli, as the president of Aurora on behalf of everyone, but also personally, because you really are at the heart. You're the heart and the motor of this Aurora, and collaboration like ours needs personal dedication, and so I think you are, as a matter of fact, a kind of role model in this regard. So thank you now also very much. Yeah? So. This is now my very last sentence. I hope to see you soon again. Until then, take care. I wish us all the best. And some drinks are now waiting outside to raise our glasses to this successful biennial. Thank you and auf Wiedersehen. Danke.